Void of Crown. Nope. Close that out. Oh, I'm probably live already, aren't I? Oh, shoot. Did I get it out? Can you go get it? Sorry. Your tummy. What are you talking about? Your tummy. Are you okay, bud? All right, give me a second. What's wrong, man? You need some Pepto-Bismol or something?
I don't know. I started eating this steak.
How are you gonna go through 1,000 pounds of food? Probably why. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna do this over the sink. Hold on. No, we just do it over here. Are you done eating this?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, all right.
Can you do it here?
Nah, it's okay. I'll just go do it over the sink. I just don't want soda fucking everywhere.
Let's do it.
Of course, this time it doesn't do it. It's like, if I don't do it over the sink, then it goes fucking everywhere. If I do it over the sink, everywhere. All right, there you go, buddy. No problem. All right. All right. Great way to start out your stream, right? Walk off stream as soon as it goes live. All right, give me a second here, guys. Why do I have double camera on here? Hold on, that's kind of weird. Boing. Oh, I like that I flip around the opposite way. That looks kind of cool. Why am I so low? I look like I'm a floating head. Okay. Probably because I'm bent over drawing. That's probably why. All right, give me a second here, guys. Hold on. Let me get my chat up. View your channel. All right. What's up, everybody? Hey, Ann. How's it going? How's it going, Ritter and Grumpy? Let me pop that chat out. Get you guys started on here. All right. Just chilling out. Just doing some drawing. Just thought I'd hang out with you guys while I do the drawing. Okay, let's get chat up, chat capture, and should be an easy one. There we go. No problems. Ah. There we go. Wrong thing to pull there. Hi, how's it going, guys? How's everybody's life going recently? You guys doing good? Hold on, let me get you over on my phone too, so while I'm looking down, I can see chat. Did it go live? I don't get a notification? Why don't I get a notification? I'm subscribed to my own channel. Yeah. So I made art of my monster in progress. Ah, that's right, dude. Send me. You can send it on what do you call it? On Discord. I want to see Grumpy. I'll definitely draw it for you. I was just having trouble trying to figure out like where the horse is and where the snake is and how it all works. So please, yeah, send that over. I want to see for sure. All right. How's everybody doing today, though? Going into Ikebukuro to buy some Warhammer kits for an event on Sunday. Dude, Ritter, that sounds awesome. I don't know if you noticed, maybe, but we started playing my role-playing game live on air. We just finished up our first quest last night. We didn't record that one, but, well, actually, we recorded it on my computer, but we just finished like the first quest of a epic campaign for my world called Void of Crown. So that's cool, man. What kind of event is it, Ritter? No. Please do not. I would really. Huh? No, listen, Grumpy. Listen. I'm gonna draw your monster, and then I'm also gonna use the monster for my RPG. That's why I want to draw it. Like it benefits me too. You know, I mean, as you all know, I'm the most wonderfully humble, altruistic saint known all throughout YouTube. But I want to use your idea to add another monster to my whole entire world. So could you link Discord? Yeah, sure. Can I ask you a favor? And can you post the Discord link? Would you mind? Oh, or Draz or whoever, can someone post the link real quick? I don't have it open on my Jonah. Jonah's the link, man. Yeah, dude, yeah. Not like Grumpy, I wanna use the idea. Like what you described so far, like sounded awesome. It sounded kind of like the really old school sort of demonology demons that like they used to believe, like, there's a demon and it's a bunch of goat legs in the shape of a wheel. And then there's a lion's head in the middle of those. And you're like, what? Okay. Um, it's just a casual game day, just throwing dice. What army you running there, Ritter? All right. Well, right now I'm just drawing, getting some artwork ready for our next quest on the campaign. Uh, are you doing Warhammer or are you doing Warhammer 40K? Hey, Alejandra. All right. Glad to see the whole crew here, man. This is good stuff. Can you mod and oh, dude, thank you, Jonah. Thank you, dude. Someone remembered. All right, give me a second here, Ann. Where are we at? There we are, Ann. Add as moderator. Save. Okay, Ann, it's official. You are now Mega Mod. All right. Glad you remembered that, Jonah. Well, I guess actually I didn't stream last night, so it's not like I went another day without streaming. I mean, without modding, so I guess it's a little bit of an excuse for myself. All right. Okay. Nuno, what's up, dude? All right. Let me know when you've sent it, Grumpy, okay? I'm gonna go check it out. And don't worry, I'm not gonna like show your art on stream or anything. I know some people are like, don't just suddenly show something. I'm not gonna do that to you. Unless you want me to, I can show it if you want me to. But what I will show is I'll show what I draw when I make my version of your monster. That's what I'd like to show. One day we'll all be mods. Yeah, that's the dream, brother. Mod of every single live stream on YouTube at the same time. That's what I want to do. Am I modded? Oh yeah, actually I'm modded on Cursed Urban. I was gonna say, am I modded on any stream at all? My friend Dan's Cursed Urban streams, I'm modded on those. I think I've done exactly nothing as far as ever had to reel anything in. I wonder what the mod limit is. Dude, let's find out. I'm gonna mod everybody on the entire channel. I wonder if every single person is modded on the channel, could anyone ever be banned, or would everyone just be like permanently able to do whatever they wanted? I think as mods you can even do stuff like post links and everything. You can't do pictures though, because even I made it so you can't do pictures. Drukari. You're getting into Drukari, nice. Now correct me if I'm wrong. Drukari are pretty much the equivalent to like dark elves, like evil elves. Like they're the dark version of Eldar, right? Be funny. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny, man. Let's get some music going, dude. I need some sick jams as I'm drawing here. But I also want to make sure I don't make it insanely loud or anything. Um, what do we got here? What would be good? What am I in the mood to listen to? Mm. The only thing that sucks is when you listen to music, it like destroys your whole stream. You can't monetize anything. Not that these streams make me buco bucks, but it just sometimes it starts to limit like who can see it, what country can see it. Like if I put a Japanese anime song or something like that on, most times it's like banned in Japan, and people in Japan can't watch my stream. Because they're yeah. Yeah, you have to pay for it. Yeah, it's ridiculous. If you have any questions about them, I'll answer them as best I can. Um, no, I think we're gonna be okay. Oh, actually, here, let me give me just a second. I'm gonna open up because I want to be able to see new mentions, announcements. Oh, you made an announcement, dude. You're on top of it, dude. Um, hold on just a second. I gotta take care of this real quick. It's kind of an urgent. Cognizant. Hey Alexa, how do you spell cognizant? Oh, man, that's actually spelled pretty weird. Okay, there's a Z in the middle. More channels. When I don't, I'll not play. Pay. Sorry about this, guys. Okay. It was a little bit of an urgent issue, so I wanted to make sure I took care of that. T-Dog. Sorry. T-Dog got a question about teaching. I want to just answer him real quick. Stream just started, so if you send me the questions now, they will be easy to find and re-listen to after. But if you prefer a more... Oh, wait, what did I do? How did I knock chat off? Dang it, chat. Chat, why did you get off the screen? Why did you do this to me, chat? You guys are the worst. I'm just joking. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Give me a second here. Wait. Oh, weird. My live didn't show up on the front page. Why am I so hungry? Because you're only filling yourself artificially through the entertainment of YouTube and TikTok, and that is an empty, hollow meal, my friend. Let me tell you what's really going to fill you up. The power of the Holy Spirit. Hold on, give me just a second here, guys. Sorry, I don't know what came over me. Let me get... come on, chat capture. What? That's not chat capture. This is the guy who feels hungry. Oh, what the heck? Oh, wait, no, save. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry about that. Come on, what's going on here? There we go, that's what I'm looking for. All right. Father Fowl. Where is Father Fowl? After all that catastrophe, he couldn't have stayed around and said prayers over the bodies of the fallen. Sorry, I'm going like deep cut. Wow, $5, thank you. Currently snowing a lot in Bethlehem. Got a lot of shoveling to do tonight. Bethlehem, PA. It's because I mentioned the power of the Holy Spirit, that's why. Damn, you gotta go out and shovel right now? I'm sorry, man, that sucks, dude. Hey, stay safe out there, okay, Asper team? I'm sorry you gotta do all that. That shoveling a driveway, the way your hands feel after, not fun. Not fun. Hi, Unrested. I've been watching you since middle school. I'm 30 with a family now. It's cool to see the progression. I wish you the best. No, you know what's cool, Jim? The fact that you're still here with me, and it sounds like you've put together a pretty fulfilling life. That's pretty freaking awesome, man. It's an honor. It's also flattering to hear people stay with me for that long. Dang, dude, that's nuts. People grew up with me. I'm hoping everything's great. I wish you the best with your family and everything. Being a father, one of the best things ever, man. What a way to teach yourself about life is being a father. It'll really teach you. Really help you start to learn how to not be selfish with anything. Well, I don't know. Maybe for some people that doesn't happen, but for me, I felt like it really helped me get any kind of negativity or like selfish sort of me come first type attitude to somewhat dissipate. Not saying I'm perfect, but I've definitely learned other people's lives come first. It would be fun to shovel if I had gotten alcohol beforehand. Oh, you can't even get out and get any? Dang, dude. That sucks. I wish I could send you alcohol through the server. If I could Uber Eats you alcohol right now, I would. Let's see. I missed a chunk of stream. My internet is crap. Sorry, I did post to Discord. You're okay, Grumpy. You didn't miss anything. I gave away a bunch of free tickets to Japan, but that's the only thing you missed. Otherwise, you're okay. Don't worry about it. Let's see. Did I answer? Oh, I got to finish answering T-Dog. Why did I stop answering? But if you prefer a more private Q&A, it's fine. All right. T-Dog has some stuff to ask me about teaching, so I said you can send. Oh wait, why didn't I add friend back? Oh, friend request sent. Oh, I didn't have him added before. Okay, whatever, man. Okay, let's get back to the server. Did you send it to me? Where did you send it? Did you send it on our channel? Oh, yeah, or did you send it to? Did you personally send it to me? Direct messages. I don't have it yet. I missed a chunk of stream. It'd be fun. Oh, okay. Snow is why I moved to Saitama. Yeah, you know what? People always complain about never seeing snow in Florida, but I just say, like, dude, after you shovel one driveway, you'll never want to see snow again. I have no complaints about never having snow in Florida, dude. I never want to deal with snow. Why am I in such a weird shape, like this letterbox sort of shape? Weird. Okay. Weird. Did you guys see? You see my new sword in the background? Can you see that? Hold on, let's see. I'm really kind of proud of this thing. Properties, configure, camera control. What? What's going on with that? Why? Okay, cancel. That's weird. Oh, that's right, because it's coming from this one. Ah, okay. Hold on. I'll grab the other one. What was that sound?
Yeah, what's the
Dude, that was weird.
That's funny.
Oh, is that him singing out there? That was my next door neighbor singing. Okay, that's cool. You guys see it? It's a replica of Tanjiro's sword. That's what that is up there. Pretty freaking cool. The other one's not any official type of samurai sword. It's just a random thing. But the one that's sheathed right there is a exact replica of what Tanjiro's sword would look like. All right. Let me get back to. Did you send it? Oh, I just got it. Okay. Hold on. Oh, no, wait. No, T-Dog asked me. I'm fine with that, but I'm sadly in bed. I have to be at 4 a.m. If you stream this Friday, I'll think about it. Okay. No worries. Rest well. Okay. Wait, did you send it? Hold on. Oh, your internet's really bad? Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. Okay, hold on. Living in Massachusetts and shoveling snow in the winter when not landscaping got to be too much. Ugh, landscaping in the middle of snow. No thanks. Or that's what you used to have to do when you weren't landscaping. You'd switch over to snow duty, right? Ugh. No thanks, man. No thanks. Yeah, dude, no. Not a fan. Not a fan of shoveling snow. It's fun for like a little bit, and then you're just like, okay, I'm cold as hell. Bye. Let's see here. What do I want to do? Oh, I'm like, why am I not drawing now? And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm waiting for that picture to come through. Second 313 Pioneers. There are claims in North/South Korea and Japan intend to merge financial and whole. What's going on? I find that, I mean, there's always kind of rumors and stuff coming out of um, North and South and Japan. Yeah, I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked. I'd be super shocked. That'd be wild. Especially, I mean, like, especially North Korea. Like, I mean, uh, like, what would be the financial? I mean, like, okay, so South Korea and Japan merge, become one. Probably financially, they would both become a little bit stronger. Merging with North Korea too, like, that would just really mess up everything for both countries. Like, they'd have to take on tons and tons and tons of problems, like a starving people, a lack of resources, bad relations. I would be really super shocked if that ever happened. Not saying it wouldn't ever happen, that it's impossible, but There would be multiple news stories before that even came anywhere close to reality. You sent it to someone else? You like the All Hallows EP? Yeah, I like the All Hallows EP. It's pretty good. But I feel like after the All Hallows EP, AFI kind of got a little bit like too soft for me. Like I know people really like Girls Not Gray, but hey, Scott, it's been a long time, but I made an intro for Osadoshi years ago. Still keep up with your content, putting those skill to use, and working in the film and TV industry now. Hope all's good, man. Awesome, dude. Glad to hear. That's freaking awesome. First of all, thank you for putting together an intro for Osadoshi. Um, is it like the one that like did like the red and kind of blue coloring stuff and thing like that? Like it kind of had some distortion and the name came in and stuff. But second of all, um, I'm really happy to hear that you've got a career in doing that now. That's very exciting to hear. Um, I love hearing the successes of viewers, man. That's very inspiring, dude. Congrats on that. I just talked to a friend today. I found out someone I've known for a long time because of the channel. He just got married. Really happy to hear that, dude. I'm not announcing who it is here because I don't know if he wants me to announce it, but I'm just really happy to hear he got married. He's a good dude. All right. Damn, internet keeps flipping out. I sent it to the Unrested channel. Oh, you put it in the channel. Okay, I got you. I got you. Unrested channel. Oh, wait, hold on. 812. 756. Wait. Oh, I'm confused, Grumpy. Wait. Oh, wait. Wait. Did you send me a picture of a possum? Because I see this, like, kind of. A14. I thought you said you had, like, some kind of creature that was like a horse with, like, snakes and stuff. I thought that's what you were sending. Wait. You wrote something in here. Sorry for the book. It's kind of hard to draw on a phone to get the correct. Oh, you drew this on the phone. That's pretty hard. Like just with your finger. I wanted to basically all the fleshy parts are like a fine snake scale like pattern underneath their fur. Oh, they're also more snake-like, and throughout the season they end up shedding. They have posture of a deer standing on its hind legs. The head is horse-like in shape, but the muzzle opens wide like a snake. The adults are approximately 7 foot-ish. To make this message shorter, just send me any questions you have, and I'll try to answer them. Okay. I see what we're talking about here. So, okay. Before, when you told me about it, I thought it was something like a horse, like it had the head of a horse, and then there was like snake hairs, like Medusa snake hair. You know, like she has snakes for hair. That's why I was confused. I was like, where's the snakes coming off the body? But you mean there's hair over its snake-like body. Am I right? Big love, man. Always felt like you fostered a pretty great community. Good to hear about some feel-good stories as a result of your channel. I didn't just foster a feel good community. You know what? I shouldn't say I fostered it, but my community has become like just the most awesome people. I mean, I'm so lucky, dude. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not taking any kind of credit for like I gathered the best people ever. Just ask them. They're the best. Um, I just feel like the people I have in this channel, the people that surround me in this channel are just some of the best human beings Earth has to offer. Um, and people can subjectively argue me on that. I'm fine with that, but I will um, believe till the day um, I leave this wonderful floating rock that I have awesome people around me because of this channel. What's going on with I don't know why, but oh, that was weird. Okay, so like my phone is updating chat properly, but like there's a huge lag spike on chat on my computer. That's weird. Okay. Um, what music are you interested in playing? I think I'm gonna go for something like, hold on. I recently found this one type that was like, I don't know what you would call this. Give me a second here. Switch account. Go to Osoroshi Nights. And then go to my music saves, your channel, not subscriptions, just home. No. Where do I keep my playlist? I forget. I'm so used to the phone version that like looking at it. No, not YouTube Music. Mock, you okay? Okay. Where do you put it on here? Your data, no. Your YouTube, no. Your premium benefits. Yeah. Your data? Oh, no. I don't know what the hell that is. All right, come on. Gimme. Gimme. View, location, language, appearance. Not purchases. Not YouTube Studio. How do I find my own? So, like, I know how to find. Oh, there we go. Playlists. Good God. Can you guys hear that? Let me see. Nope. All right. Let's see if that works. Nope. We got to change this one. Properties. Oh, whoa. Oh, I see. Wait. Oh, give me a second, guys. Remove. Yeah. No, not Discord. What do I want to do? Not this song. I love that song. All right, this is a weird song. Is it playing? Wait. Uh-oh, it looks like it's still not playing. Give me a second. No? I know why. I know what the problem is. Properties. You have to put on audio capture beta. That should work now. Hold on, let me check. No, it's still not coming. What the hell? All right, we're going to start a whole fresh new window. Sometimes this happens when it's like an old one. All right, remove. Yes. There's always like, I don't, Display capture? Ah, but no, that one doesn't have it. Okay, hold on. Not display. External microphone. Oh, what? No, that doesn't work either. It's just doubled my audio input. Usually I do this way fast. Usually the first time I do a window capture, it grabs the music from the beginning, but today it's given me. Okay, wow, you hear that big bird out there? There we go. This should work. I just wanted to make sure I could get music first. I don't know how everybody feels about this one. All right, let me catch up. Hold on, let me catch up with the chat first, because if I start answering chat, hey Scott, how's it going? It's going great, non-winner. Non-winner, did you get my? I sent you a DM on Discord. I definitely want to start to work with you on some of the stuff you're getting done. You're most likely not as bad as you think. Yeah, Ikram, you're definitely not as bad as you think you are. I know everybody's our harshest judge is ourselves, and if you think there's somebody, like if you the fact that you're introspective enough to know you have stuff to work on means you're probably not a terrible person. If I feel like you generally attract what you put out there, though, so you should take some credit. Well, that's nice of you, R. Just R? You sound like a nice person, R. Thank you for that. That's a very sweet comment. I don't know. I am the luckiest man ever when it comes to the audience that has stuck with me all these years. I could not ask for a more uplifting, inspiring, and empathetic group of people. Just imagine the trouble to remove all the lamb. Oh no. Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't see. I mean, look. Whoever said that comment, who said that one? Sekhem. Maybe there's some kind of rumor like that, or because I understand right now South Korea is bombing out big time when it comes to their GDP. I mean, the loss of double impeachment, and then now they're like, I think what their finance administrator has become their PM. That's bad news bears, so their money's been dropping nonstop. Japan's got the whole lack of population going down until it's going to be cut in half. And then North Korea, I mean, what don't they have going wrong? I think for North Korea, it would be better to list anything they have going right. Because there's very little that anything's okay for North Korea. I always hear people say stuff like, why doesn't China just like free North Korea? I mean, it's not like you free them and everybody becomes happy and fed. It's like now you've got, however many millions of mouths to feed, people to care for, medical expenses, housing, like all kinds of stuff. More upkeep on agriculture, supply and demand for, you can't just say, yeah, we'll take it over. Okay. And plus you got Kim Jong crazy man who does not seem like a guy you can rationalize with. Haven't been in Discord for a few days. That's okay now, Winter. When you see it, email you some JPEGs of the backdrops, but they're real simple right now. That's okay. I'd still like to see them, non-winner. Thank you. I'm still itching for another adventure like we had last night. Man. Yeah, you guys don't know. I played the game in private because I just didn't want to be distracted at all since I was coming to the close of their first quest. we finished our first quest in the Void of Crown campaign, and man, things went really well for this first quest, dude. It was, man, I'm really happy with how it turned out. It was very exciting. It's the first time I've actually seen my whole world, my whole creation. And if you're wondering, like, what world are you talking about? Well, if you ever see like the back of my where I record my videos, all the pictures drawn in the background, the maps and everything like that, that's my whole fantasy world, called Drathorn. And I've been writing a whole epic set of lore and monsters and quests and villagers and all kinds of stuff, even down to like the very plants you can pick up to cast spells and stuff. And we finally put it into fruition. It came to life just these last 2 weeks. I've had a party make it through their first quest, and what the heck? Huh? The guy's still there? I've never seen that happen before. Am I still connected? That was crazy. Oh, no, not Into the Void. It's called, hold on, I'll type it in. I'm sorry. Void of Crown. Into the Void, though, is a great movie. I actually really like that movie. I know some people feel like it's too artsy fartsy and no plot line, but no, I think it's pretty good. What's happened to me on YT chat? Oh, that's happened before? Oh, okay. Hello, I'm back. I've never seen that ever happen. That's my first time experiencing that error. All right. Let's start to get your monster drawn. Where is my pencil? Where's my sharpener? Who do we got? Devin, what's up, man? I was walking down the Atami line, and you thought about my old vids. Thank you, man. To wear Gucci? Something Gucci? Shoot, man, what did I do with my pencil sharpener? That's weird. Hold on. Man, my pencil sharpener should be here. Really? Give me a second, guys. I need that pencil sharpener. Oh. Ah, I found it. Never mind. I don't need this then. Okay. Let's get back to it. Ugh. Okay, sorry. What was I reading up here? Okay. Nine Souls is my favorite Japanese movie with a killer soundtrack. Nine Souls. Sounds really familiar. I hate that. I need a trash can. Why don't I have a trash can? All right, this is going to be my temporary trash can. Oh, actually, no, you know what? I can do this. Ah! What are you doing? All right. I know I'm like high energy and everything right now and happy-go-lucky talk, but I am gonna hit a point at some point here where I'm gonna start to like slow down because what time is it right now? It's already 8:34. Yeah, probably when we get close to 10 o'clock, my natural bedtime starts to kick in, and it feels like no matter how much energy I come to the stream with, once I hit like 10 o'clock, I turn back into a pumpkin. Give me a second here, guys. I need to get an electric sharpener. This one's starting to get dull. All right, that's pretty good. All right. 9 souls. Have a strong 0 at the one park you sat at along the way. Damn. Right now, I am an art teacher in America, and I am loving it. Life has been very, very good to me. So, yeah, I don't like. I'm coming. I'll be back in Japan. Let's see, what is it? It is January, February, March, April. I'll be back in 3 more months. I'll be still in Tennoji chilling out, man. If you happen to see me there, man, say hi. Glad to hear, man. That sounds fucking awesome, dude. Grabbing a strong 0 and sitting at a park at nighttime. Ugh, that sounds so relaxing. I'd love to do that again. That's the best part about when I go to Japan now. I've got like no stress. I can just enjoy every minute that I'm there with no job. Well, I mean, I still have a job, but it's summertime. That's cool, man. Checking out my old digs, eh? That's cool. Okay. What should we do? I'm looking for some inspiration as far as like anatomy for this. So it does have a very possum look to it. Also, all right. Although possums don't have like gigantic ears like that. So, Oh, all right. So you said it's got like a snake type body. Do you mean like, I mean it's bipedal, right? Is it its feet, like is it legs, hooves, or does it have like claws? Hopefully, while you are gone, you will be planning season 2, or at least get us ready for another campaign. Yes, I will. I will be, man. For sure. Strong 0 monster. Gah. Yeah. Dang, dude. I don't know. Sometimes those strong 0, like, I love how quick they get you feeling great. The only downside is I hate that hangover they give you the next day. They're pretty brutal. But man, I am happy for you that you're enjoying it like that. That sounds freaking awesome, dude. All right. And let's see, it's got like really long ears. Strong 0 monster, is that a new? Yeah, well, is monster like when I was there last, I didn't see monster on the can. Is that like kind of a new branding type thing they're doing? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all. The strong 0 is a monster to begin with. Okay, hey, Grumpy, I'm gonna send you a message. I need to know a little something about this. Give me a second here. Grumpy. Arms and legs? Or are they hooves? Not hoosed. Hooves. Hoovies, not hoovies. Hooves. Or claw. Okay, I'm just finding out a little bit about the anatomy of this monster. But this is fun. I always love doing stuff like this. All right, what do we got going on with chat? Oh, Scott, have you got the character for Draz planned out in your head? Wait, did Draz finally send me some info? Let me get it. Let me check. Let me check. Wait. No, Draz didn't send me any info yet. Draz, are you there? Draz, if you're there, do you want me to just like kind of make it up as I go? Like just kind of imagine what your character looks like? I know he's a Felkin. Is there any like substantial personal aesthetic that really is kind of a trademark of your character that I could put in there? Oh snap. It does have a snake tail with fur on the top. Kind of like, top. I kind of ran out of room to draw that. That's okay. Wait, did these get bigger? Oh. Oh, okay, 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 okay. Nice. Speaking of drawing it bigger, I think I may have started it too big. I might have to start over. I didn't like place it proper on the page. I made it too big, so it's overfilling the page. Nah, maybe I'm okay. We'll see. I'm gonna have to shrink down the head a little bit, I think. I think I went a little bit too big with the head. I'm gonna make it fit to the body. But I feel like it's got like more of a possum type of head. Do you want me to stick more of like a possum type of head? I mean, I can make it more horse shape, but I'll be somewhat changing the natural shape that you've kind of come up with, which I feel like it's fine. I feel like you did a pretty decent job. I don't know, you're being a bit hard on yourself. This is pretty well drawn. All right. And also, the neck is a little more slim than what I'm doing right now, so I got to get that kind of fixed up. Now maybe it's starting to come out. All right. So the ears too. The ears are like gigantic for a horse type, which is fine. I'm like I'm saying, it's like totally all this stuff is totally okay. All right, this is starting to come together. Okay, let me catch up with chat a tat tat. You tagged you in Draz's character description. Ah, what? You tagged me? With it had a description? Okay. Ah, a patchwork of different skin textures with jagged stitches crisscrossing the face, but somehow it feels coherent, like a deliberate choice has been made. One eye is larger than. Oh! Some glowing faintly with energy, as if hinting at some unnatural source keeping the body alive. The one thing that truly stands out among all of the choices made is the right leg. Its texture is different, its color is different, its muscles density looks like. Oh, interesting. Dang. Okay, this character sounds okay. I'm doing this monster first, but then I'm doing Draz's character next, man. That sounds crazy interesting. All right, I see it starts to get like a little more slender. I was going a little more big body. All right, and then the arms, I see you got like more claws. So I'm going to stick with the claw type thing you have. But what about the legs? You didn't get the legs down. Are the legs hooves, or are the legs like hyperextended, sort of bent back, sort of cat leg type thing? All right, I still feel like I'm going way too big on this. Yeah, I gotta get that down. I made like a mane almost that's too big. I'm having fun with this though. All right. Got that red. What's up, dudes? What are we sketching today? I am starting out with a sketch from Grumpy here, who's got a creative little monster that I'm going to sketch out for them. But then also, I'm going to be using it as part of the fauna and fauna and flora of my little world Drathorn, which is going to be fun. I like this a lot. There we go. Now it's got like a giant shoulder blade. I don't know if I like that. It's almost too much shoulder blade. I'm going to bring it back in a little bit. All right. I like sort of this, sort of like a carpus type body, the way it's layered and stuff. All right. Let's bring in that shoulder a little bit more. All right. I try not to go quiet while I draw. I know sometimes like my focus starts to like shut me down talking. But I'm gonna stick with you guys. I'm gonna keep talking. I'm gonna keep answering questions. Oh, and Grumpy, did you say? Oh, sorry, it does have a snake tail. But what about hooves? Is it hooves or what kind of legs? Hold on. I'm gonna check if maybe chat's not catching up. Have you seen or heard of Ice Poseidon the Live? Yeah, I know him. He is in Japan now. He is not as bad as Logan Paul, but very rude and probably gives him. Oh, great. That guy's evil. After he rug pulled his own viewers with. Why would anybody watch that guy anymore? He rug pulled his own viewers on a crypto scam. Why does anybody stick with him? I don't get it. It's like people who stuck with Hawk to a girl after she just like absolutely plundered her own viewers with a rug pull. Who believes in any kind of crypto thing started by a YouTuber anymore? I don't get it. I don't understand. Whatever. By the way, I got a new NFT coming out, guys. No, I'm just joking. Can you imagine if I did that? If I ever do that, unsubscribe. If you ever see me come out with an NFT, unsubscribe. It means I've definitely acquired some sort of major brain infection and my brain is slowly rotting out of my skull. So I would never do that. Or maybe my channel's been compromised or something. Maybe I'm being held captive or something. I think I'm going to have to start it over. I'll show you, like I started to get like a body like this, but I actually want to make it's a little bit too hunched over. So I want to go with a little bit better than that. Oh shoot, am I going the wrong way on this? Let me just check to make sure. Sometimes I end up drawing backwards in the book. Come on. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm drawing backwards in the book. Good job, dum-dum. All right. I didn't even check what, I just grabbed the paper and started drawing. I realize now I'm drawing to the front of the book, which I need those pages later. Okay. First of all, let's grab the right book. This is not my monster book. Where is my monster book? It's probably in my backpack. Give me a second here. Hopefully I can stand up without having to disconnect these. Look at this backpack. Cool, right? There's a Japanese brand called Lurking Class. It's very cool. I love it. Right, give me just a second here, guys. Yeah, this is the right one. Different books for different things. That one's my campaign book, so I don't want to be putting a monster drawing in a campaign book. How did I just get... somehow managed to get protein bar all over my seat? I don't know how I did that. All right. Oh, you're replying on Discord. I'm sorry, Grumpy. I'm all over the place. All right. Copy text. I need to copy his text. Paste. Giardia. Okay. Long torso, scaly, nearly bald belly. Oh, okay. So the hair starts to like recede. Oh, did I not? Okay. The hints are that of a large lizard. Okay. On the front of the snout has nostrils like holes that act like a sensory organ. See python, for example. Legs are bent like a dog. Large lizard-like feet and talons. Oh, okay. All right. This is starting to come together. Okay, glad I started over. That was a good warm-up, but I think I know where I'm going with this one. All right. I like it. All right, give me just a second. Sorry if I go quiet for a second. When I do the initial shape, I kind of got to concentrate a bit. Okay. All right. What would that be? The back leg or the... Ah, I love it. All right, let's see here. And the arm is actually closer to the front. It doesn't have like super thick shoulders, huh? And the back kind of bends forward. Okay, that's interesting. And very long arms. Wow, very, very long arms. I think I'm gonna throw the one arm back farther. I wanna make it pretty expressive. These aren't. You can answer me here, Grumpy. I'm still on the small beady eyes have poor vision. They rely on hearing, smell, and taste. Oh, all right. So it's like a nearly blind animal. Okay. Does Homie have an overhead desktop view? If not, maybe use a side. Okay, here's what we can do. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm sorry. Can this one stretch far enough? No. How about this one? I bet this one can stretch far enough. Oh, got a rubber band on it. Why did I do that? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. I actually have Mm, I can put it over top like this. All right. Where's there it is. Give me a second. Let me get the proper. I need like a proper type of thing. What are you doing? You're the streamer now? Okay. All right. It's your stream now, Deco. Okay. You can stay there. What are you about to attack? I see you like wiggling your butt like you're about to launch at something. What are you doing? What are you doing, big boy? What's up? You want to be the movie star now, right? I big star. These people got snakes. Someone's detected at my front door. What? That's creepy. Let me check. I think somebody at the front door. What you doing, huh? You can stay up here. It's okay. Deco, you can come back. Oh, poor sweet boy. He got scared. We had like a person detected at the door type thing, but there was nobody there. My guess, it's a ghost. All right, give me a second here. Okay, that's a little better. Let me get back to chat. Sorry about that, guys. Praise Lord Deco. Very true. Definitely praise Lord Deco. Neko Tekoyo is cute, right? I didn't. I came back. What made you want to go stateside? Couple reasons. Number one, my younger son. Oh, it's going to be kind of shaky, huh? That's nothing I can do about that. My younger son responded better to Western education rather than the Japanese system. Number two, post-COVID, people have really been taking less and less English lessons. And since that was like my main field of work, teaching English, my school was still like losing a bunch of business from that. The school is still open. I did have a friend take it over, and he's doing so, but he said too, it's been very hard to get new students. You got to remember, guys, in Japan, learning English is a luxury. It's not compulsory. And so when push comes to shove and budgets get cut, luxuries get cut first. And that was pretty much what was happening. Not just my school, but like I had, I think, 3 friends right before me have their schools go out of business. I more or less said, all right, this is a time. I don't like this. I got to fix this chest area. Um, this is a time where we had been talking for a long time, my wife and I. We wanted to set up um, sort of a safety, like a like what if Japan does get finally hit by that earthquake that's supposed to hit Osaka? And like as you just saw, we just had another series of earthquakes. Um, we lose everything because of an earthquake. What do we do then? And my wife was like, I want to make sure we have um, a safety. It was also during the time that like North Korea was like launching a bunch of missiles towards us. Um, she was also very wary of that, and like was like, I want you to have a place we can go if like things ever get like too heated here in Japan. Set up a safety for us in America. So I had been thinking about that more and more. I did kind of think of like, one day I do need to retire. One day I do need to, start to set up a comfy nest egg. And do I want to do that in Japan, or we already have a house? I think like it'll be paid off in about 1 or 2 years. We're very near finishing that. Um, but we have nothing. We had nothing in America. Like we had nothing. Like we didn't have a car. We didn't have like, so when we'd come there, we didn't really have like any kind of getaway, any kind of you know, um, place to really call our own, like an area to call our own. A He's got really big ears, doesn't he? Yeah, okay. Um, so it was time to start setting stuff up like that, right? Like, um, my wife, she's thinking about what she wants to do once our eldest son heads off to college. Um, and we want to keep our apartment out there. Um, and, we don't want to give that up. We want to have, our place in Japan that we love. That's still very nice that when I go there, my wife is already there and, I don't have to stay at a hotel or anything like that. I've got my own place. And for when she comes here now, she also gets to stay at a 1,500 square foot house that she can call her own. So there's multiple reasons for it. On top of it, I will say, not just the business itself of teaching was like becoming less and less and less, but the yen itself is becoming very, very weak, which is sad. It's really sad to see because the Japanese people work so damn hard. And sadly, the government doesn't. I don't know what the hell the government's doing. The government is being as stubborn as they always have and is looking out for the government, but not looking out for the actual Japanese people. So population continues to dwindle. Um, Resources become less and less, so that prices rise, inflation rises, things are maintained poorly, so taxes continue to skyrocket, um, and it's not good. It's not headed towards a bright future as far as Japan's economy, Japan's population, Japan's workforce, Japan's job opportunity. None of that is headed in a good direction. It is looking pretty rough for the future. Um, so it was time to start thinking about what are some other options. Plus, I mean, to be quite frank, me earning money here, I earn about 4 times as much doing not only the thing I love. In Japan, I was kind of limited to just English. Here in America, I was able to apply to be an art teacher, which I absolutely love. And it's just more opportunity to grow. Like, there is no opportunity to grow as an English teacher. You have your English school and you are an English teacher, and that's it. Like, I mean, I guess you could start to make chains and stuff if the business was doing really well. Mine wasn't. I'm not the most business savvy guy out there. I'm not going to try and be like, yeah, man, I'm a real friggin' hustler, dude. And, the only reason it didn't do well is because people being racist. No, it's nothing like that. It's just, I'm not overly, um, ultra financially intelligent or business savvy. I can teach English. I do a pretty good job. I kept a decent balance of students. But it started to become less and less and less as the economy's been getting worse and worse and worse. So sad to see, really sad to see. I only want to see the best for the Japanese people. They're such a hardworking, polite, well-mannered, very civil, very sympathetic country. It's just such an amazing place. And while it's not amazing for opportunities as far as gaijin are concerned, it is really an amazing place of like culture and tradition and architectural beauty and tradition and just so much more. You said it's like lizard hands, right? Sounds like a good time to go on vacation to Japan. Then, yeah, no, actually, Slayer Duck, I would highly recommend that. I would do it um, before summer, and the only reason I just say before summer is because summer is so goddamn hot. Um, it's like miserably hot. I don't think people understand what hot is until they go to Japan during the summer. And this is coming from somebody from Florida. So if Florida guy says it's hot, it's like for real hot. Okay. I want you to understand that. The humidity is greater than what it is in Florida. And on top of it, you've got just like everything kind of gushing into the streets as far as runoff is concerned. You've got buildings' ACs pumping that AC heat into the street. You've got cars bottlenecked in the street all the time, pumping that heat from underneath their engines. And you've got what kind of teeth? What kind of teeth does this thing have, Grumpy? Does it have teeth? Um, Shoot, am I caught up on? Uh, uh, where's my? Oh, there it is. Okay. Whoa, what was that? By the way, I plugged in your charger to be like a stronger charger for you. By the way, yeah, no problem, bud. What it is? Did I catch up with everything people asked? Oh no, I guess I did. I guess I did. Yeah, no, it is definitely a good time right now to go. I would highly recommend it. Is it? I think we are having internet problems because my chat just got disconnected.
Wait, you didn't plug my PC. You unplugged
It was plugged.
how then? Oh, yeah, it's here.
You must have tripped it. Gecko, what you doing? Hmm? You don't got a meow for me? Hmm? Oh, Biggie Stretch. Oh, cutie boy. What are you up to? Um, all right. Yes. Yes. Shoot, what did I ask? Oh, it does have teeth. What kind of teeth?
Bro, go away. Where are you?
All right. This thing is fun to draw. Okay, where do I want to put the other leg, though? Hmm. Oh, sorry, I'm like blocking it off. There's got to be a better way I can do it. Yeah, there we go. That's better. I don't like the tail going that way. I want to flip it and go the other way. It's going to be really shaky. Sorry, guys. Hope I don't make anybody sick by doing this. I know some people get sick if you shake the camera too much. Yeah, I'm going to bring the tail from back here. Yeah, it looks better. But I don't know if I wanted to cross. Maybe I'll keep it behind. Now, you know what I want to do? I want to bring it down farther. Otherwise, it's not going to make sense. All right, so follow that spine. There we go. Now that works out better. All right, but now I've kind of lost the other leg. Yeah, there we go. Now it's back.
Hey, yo, what are we doing?
I think should I cross it over? Nah, keep it between. Okay. I feel like the urge to put like big spikes on its back, but you didn't say that that's there, so I'm not going to do it. I want to shrink down. I want to shrink down the stomach area. I want to make them more emaciated. Give me a second here. I'm going to bring that shoulder up farther. And then really shrink it up a lot more. Yeah. And then raise that arm up. Yeah, that looks better. But then what do I do with the other arm? Let's see, you got one up, and then maybe one coming out like that, like reaching out to something. All right. Oh, dude, Tats, what's up? I did notice one thing when I went to Tokyo that was Japanese do tend to stare or look. Yeah. Yeah, God, they cannot. They are big on their stares. They would look at me on the subway, probably couldn't determine my gender based on appearance, but I guess it's not really considered rude. It is actually considered rude. They just can't help themselves. I think sometimes they don't even know they're doing it, quite frankly. I mean, um, you know, even in Osaka, even in Tokyo, like, it's not like they are never ever seeing gaijin out there, and I still get stared at nonstop. Um, you know, and I don't know what would be interesting about me at this point, or being like a grumpy old 45-year-old man. I guess I don't know. I do. Um, I'm not really grumpy, I guess, but I'm just like here in America. I'm just your average, boring, everyday 45-year-old dude. But there, I guess, like it's more. Stuff that like you don't even think about. Like they'll be like, "Oh, your nose is really tall. It's like a proud-looking nose," or blue eyes, and it's just like, "Oh, okay. You do. I can't believe you have blue eyes." Oh, okay. For me, not such a big deal. No one really cares about it here in America, which is fine. Do I like that? I feel like I should reach the other hand up higher. Um, but yeah, you still get stares. Still get stares. Even my wife comments on it all the time. She's like, "You still get stares all the time." Yeah, man. And I think honestly, I think it's not them trying to be rude or anything like that. I think it's sometimes they do it like they're so kind of immersed in the act of doing it that they don't even realize how much they're doing it. I feel like these guys can't hold weapons, can they, Grumpy? Like they're not sentient, really, like in the sense of like on like any kind of human level intelligence. I don't think. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, that's definitely better. I like that one's reaching out like that. Yeah, cool. All right, now I want to give it a more grimy, sort of way more grimy look. And you said the belly is really where like the scales start to really come out. So we got to make sure we add that. All right. I don't know. I feel like the you have like really long ears on it. I feel like I should definitely get the ears out there longer. I need to make the ears like really a noticeable aspect. Yeah. I think I want to make the one ear like really flare up. Yeah, that looks better. Like really give it like some shape on the head. Like the ears start to really take control of the shape. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, actually you can't see that, huh? Okay. All right, it's coming along. You're not going to really see it until I get into the ink work. All right. Hmm. So scales. Scales are most noticeable on the belly. All right. Let's see what we can do with that. Hmm. Okay. Um, the tail is thick and long and can be used for blunt force hitting. Less of a underbie. It uses its jaws for crushing. Oh, okay. Then I'm gonna. Oh, that's right. You said like it has like. Okay, yeah. Okay. I'm actually gonna go for an extended. Okay. I gotta really accentuate the jaw. Yeah, there we go. Does it have like a snake's tongue? There we go. All right, I'm feeling it more now. Um, they're not very intelligent. More so intelligent. Okay. They will mimic sounds. Okay. All right. That makes sense. Okay. I think I'm even going to go back even a little bit further. I really want to make that jaw like really noticeable as like hyper extended. Yeah. It's starting to look creepy now. And then like would you say like teeth are like really sharp? Did you know that there's a lot of positive health benefits to okay. Okay, someone hey guys, we got a bot. We got a bot in here. Can you guys hit this bot?
What is a bot?
Yeah, it's a bot. There's a bot in chat. Can how? Oh, just there's stupid companies that launch them and stuff like that because they're trying to sell a product. Can someone ban it real quick? Yeah, that's a bot account if you guys are wondering. Uh, well, I mean, like, you could allow it if you wanted to, but I don't want. Usually, when it's a bot account in your chat, it means they're trying to sell something. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's already been. Wait, shoot. Give me a second. Ah. Oh, there it goes. It disappeared. Okay. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Okay, very, very sharp teeth. Okay, good. That's gonna be fun. I want to make it look like. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna extend it even more. I think the bottom lip could really extend. What about the tongue? Is a tongue like a snake's tongue? Oh, I gotta make that connect better. Actually, I want to make it. You said it's got kind of like a dog, so I want to make its tongue kind of almost hang like a dog's tongue. All right. And actually, you know what? I want to make that like top lip like really kind of curving up, like as if that's even more of a. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. All right. And I want to make the fur like really accentuated on the shoulders, almost like they're pauldrons. Yeah, there we go. But I remember we got to come down to sort of a zenith of like scale belly. Let's see here. Oh man, that ear's coming out okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Now I got to kind of make this arm a little more noticeable. It's starting to blend into the belly too much to where I'm starting to lose track of it. Yeah, there we go. And I think that elbow's coming out just a bit too much. How about the arms? Do the arms kind of crescendo the way a sort of like the dragon, the really traditional Japanese dragon, where it's like feathery or kind of like kind of spiky, but then it like starts to slowly get into almost like these like chicken leg type arms. Is it do it like that? All right. I do love how this is coming out, though. I'm having a good time with this thing. All right, and then the tail is like a blunt object that can easily bash somebody. I'm gonna fix that hand up just a little, make it a little more curled up. Yeah, that's gonna do it. Yeah, more kind of like, yeah. There we go. Actually, I'm gonna make that thumb a little more, yeah, popped out a little bit more. And I feel like that top finger though isn't quite making the cut. Yeah, that looks better. Kind of almost overlapping. Cause like that, yeah. Okay. All right, that gives me room for the scale kind of belly. And I want to make sure people can kind of tell that the belly goes down into the tail formation. I want to make that thigh muscle though way more pronounced. All right. The bot doesn't. Oh, okay. We're still caught up. Let me just make sure. Okay, yeah. What is everybody else up to tonight though? Sorry, I'm like answering real slow. I'm just trying to stay on chat and go ahead and enjoy drawing this. Not ignoring anybody, so please, ask your questions. Don't be afraid. I'm happy to answer. All right. I want to get that a little more separated. What? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, sweet boy. Go ahead. Come on. Jumpy. I heard your little meep. Go ahead, meepy. Oh, you guys can't see that he's on my lap right now. Did you, Jim? Did you big old baby? Let me back this up a little bit. There we go. I'm liking how it's coming out. Yeah, that's looking good. Oh, let's see though. This is the front. Okay, so on the front leg, this would be, and then this. There'd probably be one more toe. Yeah, there we go. That's definitely way more lizard looking. All right. What's up, googly goo 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 goo? So much goo 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 goo. Whoa. Who's this big purr baby? Who's this big fluffy puff? Maybe I can get both the drawing and the cat. Let me see if I can do that. A little bit of Beth. There we go. Mr. Chubby Chonk. And my drawing. Go ahead, just relax. Go ahead, you can lay down fully. It's okay. Daddy not gonna crush you. Let's see. God, I almost feel like, I know this sounds crazy, but I feel like I could flap the mouth open even farther. Like I feel like I can go even wider. What is the limit? I don't want to tear up the paper too much just by like, okay, I need to stretch the muscles on the, oh no, you leaving already? All right. Yeah, there we go. I feel like it's only like widening down, but I feel like it would flap out like this almost, especially if it's got like the. Yeah, God, I guess that's a limit. Yeah, it's kind of the limit. Can't go any farther than that. Otherwise, it starts to like seem almost impossible. And it starts to bury. It starts to bury the neck eventually, and we need that neck. I guess yeah, I could do that. I could like extend the teeth out more like this. All right. I feel like the tongue would almost like wrap around back like that. Like it would be like wildly wrapping around, not just like, yeah. Okay. Uh, what happened? Everybody still there? Like this, the chat just died. Let me check chat on here. Dude, what the heck? Okay, I don't know why, guys, but my chat on. What is going on? Why is the chat on the computer not keeping up with the chat on? Let me check what's going on. Sorry, guys, you've been typing stuff in there. What the heck? The chat on the computer is not keeping up. Okay, let me check. Properties. I don't understand. Oops, sorry. I didn't. Sorry. Wait, so it's still. Why? I don't know why, but chat here is not updating. Why? Yeah, see, you see how much? What the heck, dude? What is going on with chat? Okay, I'm gonna just keep chat open on here, I guess, on my phone. I've got it down here at the same time so I can see you as I'm doing it, but for some reason, chat on the computer is like not properly updating today. There's some kind of huge problem with it. All right. I think we're getting close to like a point of inking, which makes me very excited. This is going to be a sick, sick ink. All right. All right. And sorry, yes to the dragon arms. Okay. Yeah, dude, I don't know what's going on with you answered my question right away and the freaking thing is just not updating. All right. Give me a second. I'll get that so that at least the camera's keeping up and everything. All right. I feel like there'd be like fur and spit and snot just like whipping all around this thing. All right. And I feel like the inside of the tail would have like a snake belly type look. So I want to try and get that in there before I lose track of it from inking. Yeah, I see now. I can see it start to connect to the stomach. Bad YT chat, no snacks for you today. We recently re-released a censored video of Japanese creepypastas and covered stories you may know like Curse of Oiwa, Himuro Mansion, Ohaguro Betari Akaname, Kisaragi Station, and Kune Kune. Oh, awesome, Tats. That sounds amazing. All right, I'm gonna have to check it out, Tats. Maybe you know what? Maybe we'll watch it on stream and react to it. Um, Man, I'm kind of interested. You know what? I kind of want to do that like as we're talking. Let me do that. What did I do? Wait, what happened to the other one where it had my music on it? Oh, there it is. You guys probably. Guys, here's Tat's channel right here. If you have not already, please give it a look. Tats, is that you here? You're looking amazing. All right, let's take a look. Japanese creepypasta. Okay, here we go. Give me a second. Let me drop it down. Uh-oh. Wait, are any of you guys kids? Don't watch this. What happened? Where's the sound? Is there no sound yet?
This video contains flashing lights, scary and creepy content, disturbing violent and graphic images, jump scares, pop-ups and sudden loud noises. Viewer discretion advised.
All right, let's go.
Creepypastas, myths, and legends can be traced back to their country of origin, usually where they have influenced the people and their culture the most. With the World Wide Web, those stories can now be widely distributed to scare and frighten more people across the earth.
Nice.
From the mildly concerning to the reportedly life-threatening, survivors impart an eerie warning for everyone to not pursue any action that could lead you to repeat these events.
Okay. Don't repeat it. Don't do this stuff, guys.
Coin Locker Baby. Everything in life
please.
of one particular Japanese woman was going swimmingly. She was young, single, and at the beginning
let me
of a
move
great
this.
career. She couldn't have expected things to get better, but to her surprise, they did. She was courted by a handsome man, and the two were instantly smitten, falling in love and dating immediately. Those were the best times for her, but it would all come to a sudden unfortunate end. It had been a while since she experienced cramps and bleeding, so she feared the worst. She was pregnant, and had been for some time. When she explained this to her boyfriend, he flew into a rage and disowned both her and the unborn child, leaving them both all alone. The woman, far too inexperienced to deal with the prospect of raising a baby on her own, and the idea of telling her friends or family
Sorry, I'm gonna start this back over. Isn't there a way to like pop this out? I want to pop this out. Okay, I'm also gonna put on subtitles too. Mini player. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Wait. I get. Okay. Wait. No. What's the point if I can't pop it out? I want to pop this thing out. Oh. What the heck? Why does it always add stuff like that? I mean, it's so disingenuous. Like, if your video was about such a thing as this, I'd understand. But I don't know. Why do they got to do this to you, Tats? All right. Dang it. Wait, what is it? What does the Japanese there say? I can't read the kanji here. It's kind of whited out by that. Recreation. Recreation. Okay. Recreation. Recreation. Is that the proper spelling? It probably is. I'm probably just poorly pronouncing it. All right. Man, is there no pop out for that? I'd like to have it where it's just this, so we can focus on that while I'm still able to draw. And I'd like to also be able to see you guys. And I'm paying for premium too, guys. And they still can't help me out here. There we go. Close that. Yeah, they're just campfire stories and yokai. Why do they gotta add the whole, if you're needing help, like if you're watching something about a yokai and you want to end it all, maybe you've got bigger problems than YouTube videos. Why do they've kind of, I feel like that always taints it. No, number one, it taints the video, and it taints the actual message of like people who actually do need help, which like, I'm not trying to play that down or say that's not a serious issue with people, but like, come on. Like all right. What's the way I can get the most? I'm really multitasking tonight, guys. I'm feeling very futuristic. All right, I think this is a decent balance. Let me get rid of the display capture in the back. I want the focus to be on Tat's videos. Dude. How long is this one, by the way? I know you put some decent time. 51, all right. This is kind of a small video for Tat's channel. All right, let's start at the beginning.
Coin locker baby.
Here we go.
Everything in life of one particular Japanese woman was going swimmingly. She was young, single, and at the beginning of a great career. She couldn't have expected things to get better, but to her surprise, they did. She was courted by a handsome man, and the two were instantly smitten, falling in love and dating immediately. Those were the best times for her, but it would all come to a sudden unfortunate end. It had been a while since she experienced cramps and bleeding, so she feared the worst. She was pregnant, and had been for some time. When she explained this to her boyfriend, he flew into a rage and disowned both her and the unborn child, leaving them both all alone. The woman, far too inexperienced to deal with the prospect of raising a baby on her own, and the idea of telling her friends or family scared her to death. They would never understand that it was a mistake. They would shame her and refuse to help, and would say it was all her fault, just like her boyfriend had said. It would all have to be kept hidden. She bought baggy clothes and concealed her belly as best as she could. Anyone who pointed it out would hear the excuse that she was simply putting on weight. No one questioned this, and she was not the sort of person to get into any trouble. Like that, after 9 months of lies and evasion, it was time to give birth. Not wanting to go to the hospital, she gave birth in her own room to a small baby boy. This sight did not overwhelm her with joy. It only made her dread what she would have to do to be rid of it.
Oh no.
The following morning, she put the baby inside of a carrier bag and headed out from her home. The traffic was so loud, and the bag padded enough to keep its screams and wails hidden as she made a beeline for the local train station. The long row of transit lockers caught her eye, and the idea hit her. She found an empty unlocked door, stashed the bag inside, and shut it tight. "I'm sorry," she whispered to the crying child. "I'm sorry."
No, you're not.
As she left, she was afraid people would hear her, but no one did. Her fear faded with every step out of the station and down the street, and over the years, so too did her memory. It wasn't something she or most people would wish to remember, and so she didn't. It was a long time before she set foot inside that station again, and still didn't recall what had been done. As she strode across the floor to her platform, she noticed a young boy crying against one of the lockers, his face covered against his arm. He seemed all alone and in great distress. No one was near to comfort him. They simply ignored the child. She changed direction and stopped behind the boy, resting a hand on his shoulder as he sobbed. "What's wrong? Are you lost?" she asked, and no reply. "Where's your mother?" The boy's tears suddenly stopped, and his cries faded. Slowly he turned back to her, and she saw his eyes were enraged, piercing her very soul. "It's you," he shouted. She remembered everything, and just as quick, knew no more. Many years later, the station underwent major renovations to improve congestion, allowing the staff to finally clean out the unclaimed lockers and their contents. Upon opening one of them, they pulled out a rather heavy travel bag that looked like it had remained unopened for a very long time. It stank to high heaven. When they opened it, they were greeted with a grisly sight: the skeletal remains of a little baby boy, nestled close to its decaying mother.
And yet, in case you're wondering, based on a true story, this did happen. I know most of these are urban legends and stuff like this, but this actually did happen. This isn't possible anymore. This can't happen anymore because anytime there is a coin locker area, there is a security guard who does a regular check every couple of hours or so. And they're often smaller now. You can rent bigger ones, but they start to cost more and more money the bigger they get. And they have different things to prevent you from possibly shoving a whole body inside. On top of it, something called the Yubinkyoku Akachan is mail drop baby. Is a new service that came out in Japan, and this is a drop box. I say drop box, it's probably much safer than dropping, but a sort of mail center where you can bring a baby that you no longer want. And this is not being sarcastic. I'm not making this up or joking. And you deposit it in this mail drop, and it will then be cared for by an orphanage. And these Yubinkyoku no Akachan no Ana is created for this very reason, because there was an epidemic around late 80s, 1990, where coin locker babies started to happen more and more, especially near the end of the 90s, where it was bubble era Japan. If you don't know about this, the economy got incredibly strong to the point that the Japanese yen was even stronger than the pound. And overnight, pretty much, the market went red. The bottom dropped out from underneath pretty much every type of business possible, and people went bankrupt. It was pretty much the equivalent to a Great Depression in Japan. And overnight, thousands of businesses went under, and a massive amount of coin locker babies began to show up because mothers suddenly realized they either didn't have the income, or had a salaryman husband who didn't have the income, or had a boyfriend who didn't have the income to now take care of a future mouth to feed. And rather than face that, they drop them off into a coin locker, which you pay a couple hundred yen, open it up, close it, and then there's no ID taken. There's no any sort of identifying aspect associated with the locker other than literally a coin slot like a vending machine would have for you to drop that in there, open it up, you grab the key's on a bracelet, and they would just leave it there, and that's it, and never come back for it. And very sad. There is, I believe, 2 horror movies called Coin Locker Baby. There's also a drama-based movie called Coin Locker Baby, which is more of a slice of life drama. It has a pretty uplifting tale. The slice of life one does, but the Coin Locker Baby horror movies, and I believe they may have come out with a third one. They're okay. They're decent. It pretty much deals with a group of teens who have a friend who becomes pregnant, and of course she does the whole coin locker baby, drop it off, disappear, act like it never happened. Her friends know about it, but they don't tell anyone. And the way they are killed off, spoiler alert, you're not missing much if you do go watch this. They all give birth to babies. Like a baby tears through their stomach, and even the guys, like it'll just tear through them. And it's kind of a gruesome way to go. Coin Locker Baby, true tale. Most of these will be urban legends, myths, cryptozoology, but the Coin Locker Baby is based on, sadly, real life Japan. Let's continue.
The Curse of Owa.
Oh, no.
Owa lived her life as a dedicated wife.
Oiwa. Oh, they wrote it wrong. Oluwa no Noroi. It's Oiwa.
Wife to an adulterous and terrible husband, confident that she could raise their infant properly and with support. However, Shitai, her husband, had other plans in mind for the rest of his life. Shitai had long since coveted and seduced a mistress whom he planned to marry one day. The only thing that stood in his way was Owa, his wife. Till death, he figured, and slipped poison into her drinking cup mere hours after she had birthed their child.
Oof.
The poison was fast-acting. It caused her hair to fall from her scalp. Her eyes bulged in their sockets. Her mouth blackened from the terrible drug. But she knew. She always knew. She always knew. It was only a matter of time. Before perishing, she took her final revenge on him and slaughtered their newborn infant as it cried in its crib. Shitai hardly batted an eye, leaving behind the old life and entered the new. But he soon came to realize that it was at a much higher cost than he anticipated. Everywhere he went, without fail, he would see her. Olwa, her face bitter and spiteful, hissed and jeered at him, seemingly in every direction. Her outrage at the circumstances of her life's end at his hands was shouted through his mind for much time that followed. In his private gardens, he would even witness Olwa wailing loudly over the corpses of her dead child. Stoic and determined, Shitai continued with the courtship, and before long his mistress was set to become his wife. As they were to exchange kisses at the altar, Shitai drew back the veil of his blushing bride, but instead revealed the ugly, snarling face of his former partner. So shocked was he at this appearance that he reacted by cutting her head clean off its shoulders. Shitai realized only too late as the congregation moved in closer. He had not succeeded in killing the ghost of Olwa, but in murdering his wife-to-be.
Oh, that's it? Oh, there's more to it. Okay, so yeah, the Oiwa. Not saying Oiwa that kind of drove me nuts. These are not native speakers. I'm not going to blame anybody for mispronouncing anything, although the spelling is actually wrong on that too. Nonetheless, also Oiwa does have a kanji spelling. It doesn't have to go with katakana. Oiwa is a tale that has been retold throughout time. It started Edo era. I think it goes even as far back as Tales of the Genji type era. Horror story that is told amongst Hyakumonogatari, which is a pretty much yearly summertime ritual in which they light 100 candles in a room and begin to tell scarier and darker ghost stories until finally, as each story is told, one more candle is blown out and the room is left absolutely pitch black dark. And the scariest tales of all are told with the last few candles blown out. And this would always be Oiwa, the tale of Oiwa. Now, Oiwa sometimes is told with the child and without the child, but it's mostly concerning the betrayal, the affair, the man cheating on the wife, trying to kill her, and her coming back. Not only as a vengeful ghost, but often horribly mutilated or disfigured or deformed. It's not that she had her hair fall out and look sickly. She actually had, according to whatever kind of poison was used, and this is somewhat based on samurai men cheating on their wife all the time. They were pretty much, king of their own little castles. This happened all the time. Shogunates did as well. Edo era, I'm talking about. This is not common day now. But it is retold in common day affair type stories. The poison given is pretty much the equivalent to a nervous or muscle system reactive poison. And what becomes horrifying is the fact that when it was delivered, it nullified the muscles in half the face. So she goes from like looking very beautiful, very symmetrical, gorgeous lady to losing all musculature in one side of her face where the eye droops down. It rolls back in its socket. She can't control it. The brow itself actually starts to droop, and the skin itself becomes loosened around the other half of the face and hang off. Even the lip and stuff too starts to just come down and absolutely make the equivalent to what like Two-Face would be in Batman. But imagine far more horrifying. Like her lip is actually hanging down to where you see like the gums and like the structure of the inside of her jaw. On top of it, the face starts to distort from blood vessels breaking. And so it becomes like purple and red, splotchy, and then hanging. Her hair did fall out too, but that was like the least of the horrifying aspects of it. And then anytime this man tries to have any kind of relationship, and it's not even another romantic one, like he tries to get married, during the day of the marriage, his wife turns to him, brings up the veil. She's got Oiwa's face, droopy, half sagging. He goes out into the village, tries to tell people about how he's being haunted by her ghost. The visage of the next person he taps on the shoulder to turn around and talk to becomes Oiwa. It's dripping, it's drooping, it's sloppy. There's saliva leaking from his face. Even men, too. Like, it just everybody's face got replaced with Oiwa's face. And it's pretty much I guess almost the equivalent to like the telltale heart, where the heart can't be stopped as far as the man listening to the person he murdered have it beat in a sort of rhythmic pattern, being like, you've murdered me, you've murdered me. And instead, it's the face that comes back and becomes the visage and semblance of betrayal itself. And this is a tale that goes all throughout time and is even retold in modern everyday things. There's a couple of these that will be like retold in modern era. For example, Kuchisake Onna 2. I bet you this comes up in this video. And she's the split mouth woman, the split face woman, whose mouth has been cut from ear to ear. That started from the era of samurai Edo era type stuff too. Of course, back then it's not done with scissors. He's betraying his wife and cuts it open with his katana. But that's one of the most amazing things about a lot of these tales, is that they are constantly updated, constantly retold, and constantly kind of kept alive after they were collected by people like Katsushika Hokusai, who went around to all the different villages to learn their sort of, who haunts your village, tell me about it. And he would be a scribe for the villainy, the infamy, the obake, the yokai, the cryptozoological finds, and record them almost like a diary or journal of paleontologic or archaeological finds of these sometimes realistic ones like Coin Locker Baby, or mythical ones like Oiwa, who is actually, I mean, really based on a man who betrayed his wife. He poisoned her. She just, died. Of course, went through the agony. I think there is like the true story of it was when he betrayed her. He poisoned her with something that was kind of the equivalent to arsenic or whatever today's rat poison is, and it does make the hair fall out. I don't know if arsenic or rat poison today would actually do that, but whatever they used as the equivalent to rat poison back then is what he pretty much fed her in her rice. And yeah, it made like her hair fall out and stuff. And I think it did like break blood vessels in her face. It didn't cause all this like weird sagging and like she's falling apart type of thing. But realize some of these do come from true real life horrific betrayals.
Himaru Mansion. Although the locals attempted to keep the property and its paranormal happenings a secret, the reputation of Himaru's mansion's hauntings spread throughout Tokyo, then all of Japan, as well as the hideous details of its backstory. It's no surprise that this one building is the source of inspiration behind the infamous Fatal Frame video game series that scares players to this day.
Himaru Mansion, real. It does exist. It's a real place. No, none of these like dark lunar rituals or what would you say it, like demon portals or princess sacrifices or shrine maiden sacrifices actually took place. None of this took place. I'll tell you a little bit about what did take place after you hear this whole thing.
Stories are told of its many phantoms and gory apparitions, like blood splatters all over the wall and floor, and handprints dripping with red leading to bedrooms of the previous occupants. The ghosts that are seen roaming the halls and out on the grounds are speculated to be the family that last lived there. The most famous of these is the girl in the window, who can be seen if you take a photograph of one of the windows from the outside, staring into the lens. Some have attempted to investigate further, but have fled in fear or been found dead inside its many rooms, their limbs covered in rope marks. A few who decided to scour the vast underground passageway beneath the property suffered a worse fate, ripped and slashed beyond recognition. At least 7 of these reported deaths have still remained unsolved. Despite this, rumors abound pertaining to just how this one mansion became the site of such a terrific haunting. It's said that the Himaru family who lived there lived very ritualistic lives, practicing ancient rites such as the strangling ritual. They believed that a portal world would open in the courtyard and rain negative karma down upon their house, and so countered this horrific prophecy by sacrificing a pure young girl referred to as the Rope Shrine Maiden. She would be raised in secret, kept in isolation within the mansion and away from the world, for any exposure would render her unfit for the ritual. This would occur every 50 years, and when practiced, they would bind her, drag her to the getaway's predicted location, tie her arms and legs to 4 oxen, and have them tear her limb from limb by pulling in opposite directions. The blood-stained ropes would be left behind to seal the portal for another half-century. However, as the ritual was approaching, one of the rope shrine maidens spied a boy out the window walking past the fence. She became instantly infuriated with him, and as consequence, meant that the sacrifice would no longer work with her. The sacrifice went ahead, but did not work. The family panicked.
Wait. This you should edit this one. She didn't become infuriated. Okay, I'm not trying to be here for a critique of the video. It's a good video. It's well made. It's well edited. She became infatuated. Infuriated means she's absolutely pissed off and wants to kill the guy. She became infatuated.
Then argued amongst themselves as to the next course of action to rid themselves of the curse. But the head of the family knew he had the only solution. One night he took his katana and went on a rampage throughout the mansion, slaughtering his entire family before finally falling upon his own sword. It was the only way to keep them safe from the great horrors that were predicted to come from the portal. But perhaps what is worse is that all their spirits now remain within the mansion's walls, never to find peace again.
Oh. Well, it didn't go all the way through. So the actual tale from the game goes that the rope shrine maiden was used to tie to the torii gates of the Humuro mansion. And the reason this was done was to pretty much outline the torii gates, which I'm sure you've seen them before. They're those big red standing gates that are usually in front of any temple shrine, not usually in front of people's actual houses, although some people do have them at their front gate. Very, very old style houses. And it was believed, and this is only written into the actual game of Fatal Frame, this is not a real life thing, that tying the maiden there until she was so tightly bound that blood actually began to run from the equivalent to rope burns, purified the torii gate and created a portal in which demons could not pass through. Yeah, absolutely none of this ever took place. There's no such rope maiden, there's no such ritual, there's no such thing as pouring blood all over torii gates. I realize they're red and they're not painted with blood. What is realistic is there were certain aspects of the dead being tied into architecture to make it more holy or more protected, such as karadakabe, body walls, in which they would sometimes take prisoners. They would sometimes take people who wish to be sacrificed in this manner, or they would use it as like sort of a payment for like something a family had done. So like if your family has someone who stole and you were like, okay, I'll give myself forward in that person's place so that they don't have to go to jail, they would take your body and build it into the wall. And you're like, what do you mean build it into the wall? Well, imagine like someone's, putting the outside boarding of a wall, gonna pour all the stucco or whatever you're gonna make your wall with. It's not stucco in Japan, but and you continue to do that as somebody's standing between the actual boards and layers of the wall, and they're sealed in there and they rot in there. This was actually believed by the Japanese, and this is very, very, very long ago. We're talking Edo era or Showa era, very far back. Well, probably Showa era was probably done by then, but they would believe the body being in the wall and decomposing in there would create like a sort of holy blessing. That cavity would then be filled with some sort of holy spirit or yokai or patron of protection that would protect the house and everything like that. Later, it was obviously found out this was absolutely a massive problem for structural integrity, and a lot of bridges, houses, and tunnels that were dug underneath mountains, of course, needed to be redone completely because this just left, big gaping holes full of like, rotting bone and air, and would absolutely compromise the structural integrity of anything built. But this is one way in which bodies were used, or people were sacrificed in the building of something to create a holy protection. Again, none of the stuff you see in Fatal Frame is realistic as far as like sacrificial rituals or, like any of the goofy stuff. There's no such thing as a camera obscura and stuff like that. I'm sure you guys understand that though. But I also don't want you to think that the Japanese used to have these like barbaric rituals in which they sacrificed virgins. There is no such history of any kind of ritual whatsoever within Japan. but very interesting nonetheless. And like I said, Himura Mansion is really a real mansion. There was a family. There's many families with that last name.
Ohaguru Butari. By far one of the
What?
least violent additions to this list, the
How did you pronounce that? Give me a second here.
woman in the kimono.
Uh,
Woman in the kimono.
What? Why is it?
In secret, kept in isolation within the mansion and away from the world. For any
Where's the
exposure
little
would
go
render her
forward a bit,
unfit for the
go
ritual.
backwards a bit?
This would occur every 50 years, and when practiced, they would bind her, drag her to the getaway's predicted location, tie her arms and legs to 4 oxen, and have them tear.
Hold on. Let's go into. I'm sure there is a. No, I'm sure there is a. Isn't there a? No, there's not like a piece by piece type of thing.
Just pure silence. Though it hadn't been active in years. Chat room.
Each showing various individuals without their eyes. Whilst
Oh,
their
we're on the wrong
faces
thing.
speak.
I was like, what's going on? Why am I?
Bulged in their sockets, her mouth blackened from the terrible drug, but she knew. She always knew.
Himuru Mansion.
Himuro.
Although the locals attempted to keep the property and its paranormal happenings a secret, the
Woman in the kimono.
Well, why won't it start from the beginning?
Woman in the kimono.
Ohaguro Bitari. Okay.
Guru Butari. By far one of the least violent additions to this list, the yokai Ohaguru Butari is often seen hanging around shrines and temples at twilight, appearing from behind to be a newlywed bride or beautiful woman in the kimono. She beckons over single men and seduces them with their wives. The victims are blissfully unaware of anything out of the ordinary until she turns and upturns her veil. Beneath the brim lies an ugly, featureless face caked in heavy white makeup. Only dark red lips exist there, parted and smiling, revealing deep black teeth. She then cackles loudly at the horrified man she has lured, who has most likely started to flee. Some even suspect that at times she may appear in the homes of men who have brought her back without realizing their folly. To anyone who encounters her there, she is said to disguise herself as the man's wife. Although it is difficult to acquire legitimate reports of Ohaguru Butari sightings, most victims.
Uh-oh. They forgot the bushu on this one. It says Ohakuru. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Wait. Ohaguru Bitari? But they switched to katakana halfway through. It's all right. So getting into this, obviously not based on anything real, but what you're going to start to notice is there is a lot of women. There is a lot of women who are yokai within Japanese cryptozoology, myths, legends, urban legends. And they are all pretty much distinguished as different types of demons. But there is a theme that follows through with each of them. And you're going to see what this theme is number one, men betraying their wives, okay? Number two, the woman taking away some sort of energy or life force. Number three, having some sort of hidden power, evil power, some sort of source of evil that is the thing that is used to take away this life force. You've got the Spider Woman. You've got a snake version of this. And even when you see Japanese women get married, and it's the traditional old style Shinto wedding with, the sake bowls and everything like that. And you've seen before, they've got this giant hat on that is like an egg-shaped hat. And it even is called tamagoboshi, which means like egg hat, pretty much. This traditional hat is worn by the woman to hide the horns of what kind of yokai they might be. Now, it's not saying like men actually thought that women were all demons, but it was to say when you are going in to get married, please try not to focus on the negative aspects of the woman you're marrying. There's bad parts about each of us, and there's parts that can drain our life force in a marriage. But now on your happiest day of being married, just try to forget the fact that she might be a demon. All right. And it literally, like, the entire translation itself is like the hat that hides the horns. And that's why it is so big and covers so much of the head. Kind of misogynistic. Not something still obviously believed or anything like that today, but it is still worn. My wife wore one when we got married.
Feel a great deal of shame and embarrassment at the encounter, and so keep their stories a secret. It is theorized that she could be a shapeshifter that likes to pull mean pranks by turning into Japanese badgers, foxes, or raccoon dogs. Others suggest she could be the spirit of an unmarried ugly woman, bitter of her lack of luck in the world of romance. There may also be a link to the Ohaguru trend of East Asia, which consists of teeth being artificially darkened and appearing non-existent. It's no mistake she has the name Ohaguru Batari, which translates to nothing but blackened teeth. Regardless, all those who encounter her should feel lucky that the only casualty recorded at her hands has been pride.
Okay, wait. Shoot. Okay. The blackened teeth were a sign that a woman was not married. That's why it was done. It was actually believed to be very beautiful. And it is actually still practiced in some Asian countries today. In fact, I want to say, is it Vietnam? I could be wrong about the country. One of the smaller Asian countries has a famous lead singer who still blackens her teeth to this day. By the way, the mention of nothing but black teeth or nothing but blackened teeth is actually the name of a horror novel written by, I believe the last name of the writer is Swan. It's garbage. It was such a bad story. Don't pick that book up. I made the mistake of hoping the American author, maybe she's American, she's definitely not Japanese, and she just didn't, like, this is people enjoying having urban legends researched and told via YouTube. Perfect video. This is a woman who supposedly went and researched everything and prepared to write a really well-researched horror story about a bunch of college kids going to Japan and staying at an old mansion and being haunted by this. What's up?
My phone doesn't have an internet.
Okay, give me a second. Here. Yeah, it looks like you just got disconnected. That's all, bud. Yeah, Spectrum 10. Oh, what? You lost it? What did you do?
No, I don't know. I'm like playing game and suddenly it got gone.
That's weird. What? Give me a second. I don't know how you did it, but somehow you deleted it and deleted your password too. I'm not sure how you did that.
The white internet got connect.
All right, I don't know, man. I don't know what happened. That's weird. I've never seen that happen before. Sorry, guys. Where was I? I mean, look at how bad. Guys, check out how bad this. See how far behind this is. Watch when I refresh this. Look how much is like. Why? What is going on? Oh, Dark Somnium too. Whoa, what's up, dude? Wow, I got two massive YouTubers here watching me do this. Okay, so, welcome back, dude. Hey, Dark, I sent you some ideas and stuff for a future video. But dude, thank you again for joining, man. It's always an honor, man. I got Dark and Tats here tonight. Holy cow, what's going on? Okay, so yeah, getting back to it, it's called Nothing But Black and Teeth, and she attempted to write a story about college kids going to a haunted mansion that's haunted by one of these ghosts that never get married, and it's just so poorly researched. Like, it's fine if you want to write a horror story about another country, but she somehow ends up starting to mix in like rituals that have nothing to do with Japan, like, and it just doesn't make any sense. Like it's like she read a bunch of Asian horror tales and decided to stuff them all into Japanese culture. And it's kind of disrespectful to, I feel like, the other cultures because they don't really have anything to do with the history of, um, this story. For example, like here, Tat's got his video totally correct. That they've got it absolutely bit by bit told historically how it is pretty much a ghost representing temptation, fate, and then betrayal. And the reason that the face is Kalnashi, which is, I mean, like no face, um, and the blackened teeth is because the blackened teeth show like he's cheating on his wife with a woman who is not married. And that's why from then on out, and this happens also the same as it happened with Oiwa, that everybody he talks to after that just turns into this blank face with the blackened teeth. He's haunted by it forever. And this story, she starts to get into like things like some of the mythology of how Filipinos mixed mythological creatures with Catholicism and stuff like this. It's very poorly told and like disrespectful, not just to Japan, but also to other Asian countries who have their own esoteric cryptozoology, mythology, hauntings, you know. And it's just like she thought like, oh, all these are kind of scary. I'll throw them all in together. Ha ha ha. No one will notice. But like any of you who have a love for this kind of stuff like I do on Otsuroshi Nights or on, my own channel of Unrested, you'll be like, what is going on? Like, I've never heard of this before. And the reason you haven't heard of it is it's because she's decided to just like pick and choose and throw them into this story that she calls a Japanese horror story, which it really isn't. It's just kind of like a grab bag of Asian horror taking place in Japan, which I just feel is kind of like, you know, I don't know. I feel like it was really disrespectful. Like she just didn't really actually honor the tradition of how actual Japanese horror takes place. All those other Asian cultures, history, tales, urban legends are awesome as hell. I love them. But I wouldn't start trying to like say, well, like, oh, we can tell this Asian tale for anywhere because they're all Asian. It's like, no, Japan's got their monsters. Philippines has theirs. Vietnam has theirs. Like, don't just mix them up like they can just go anywhere. I don't know. It was one of the worst horror stories I ever read. And the most annoying thing is a New York Times bestseller. Nothing but blackened teeth. And
The 10-Day Dream.
Oh, this is a good one.
Warning.
By the way,
Upon hearing
Kanji's
the
perfect
details
on
of
this one.
listing, you must follow the instructions included as its effects may take hold of you within 3 days. The 10-Day Dream is a series of sleeping visions that feature a reoccurring supernatural theme. In order to progress through every dream, you must perform the following actions whilst asleep to complete the cycle. In the first dream, you'll see a girl staring through your bedroom window, so let her in. In the following dream, she'll be in your room, looking at the floor, muttering under her breath, "Please, please." Let her lay down on your bed, and you must do the same by her side. The third dream begins here. However, you can now clearly see her horrifically burnt face. You must not scream nor cry for as long as you remain asleep. In your fourth dream, the girl will ask to go to a park, which you must do without hesitation or saying a word. When you arrive at the park during the fifth dream, you'll notice a mother pushing a stroller. Upon closer inspection, you'll see that the mother is a cat, and her child is a dog. You must kill one of them to proceed. During your...
Dude. That's annoying. Somehow I still have this ingrained Twitch sound set to go off every time someone subscribes on Twitch. And no matter how many times I try to unload it from my queue of things loaded for OBS, it refuses to unload. That just scared the crap out of me. Holy cow. Holy cow. Oh, yeah, it's okay, Dark. Don't worry too much about it. No rush on it. Let me rewind it a bit. Sorry, guys. I hope you guys didn't get the jump scare like I did. I did not expect that.
Under her breath, Please, please. Let her lay down on your bed, and you must do the same by her side. The third dream begins here. However, you can now clearly see her horrifically burnt face. You must not scream nor cry for as long as you remain asleep. In your fourth dream, the girl will ask to go to a park, which you must do without hesitation or saying a word. When you arrive at the park during the fifth dream, you'll notice a mother pushing a stroller. Upon closer inspection, you'll see that the mother is a cat, and her child is a dog. You must kill one of them to proceed. During your sixth dream, you'll see an airship boarding passengers, ready for departure. Make sure you get on board. The seventh dream will have you encounter others around the world who, like you, have heard this story. Find a seat at any cost. As you ride the airship in Dream 8, red and black roses will fall from the sky on top of you. Find all of the black roses you can and throw them overboard. When the airship lands back at the park in the ninth dream, return home with the girl and lay down opposite each other in bed once again. You will not reach the 10th dream if you do not follow these instructions carefully, and upon waking up you must tell someone, anyone you know, about these events. It is the only way to free yourself of the curse, by passing it on to others. If you don't, you'll find yourself back in the first dream, trapped in your room with the girl staring at you forever.
Excellent. Told perfectly. Well done. Well done. All the kanji's perfect, everything, and especially including the fact that her face is actually horrifically burnt, which makes it far more creepy. If you're wondering the origin of this is one of the few that isn't from old Edo era or even Showa era. This was originally created on Nichan, which is the equivalent of 4chan, and is still going strong today as they have their own paranormal board and everything like that, except their stories are far more creepy. I think there's another one you'll run into here, like Kisaragi Station, and that is also originally from Nichan. I'll continue on. I don't have anything more I can add to that. If you're wondering, there is a lot. There is a lot of Japanese creepypastas or urban legends or Toshi Densetsu, Bukimi no Tanigensho, like that are all based on dreams. And man, Japan can do it well. I actually, if you're interested in this, if you liked this scary dream, if you check out my channel Osoroshi Night, it's got the most recent video is Nightmares in Japan, and it's a list of nightmares people have had. Let's move on.
White String. This creepypasta serves as a warning to any who wish to pierce their ears without professional help. It originated from a tale told to children in the 80s about a young girl who wanted a piercing, since all her friends were getting them at the time. She pleaded with her parents for a long time, since they kept adamantly refusing, but knowing how other girls would go against their parents' wishes anyway, gave in to her demands. They gave her money to go to the mall and get her lobes pierced. Feeling mischievous, the girl instead decided to pocket the money and went to a friend's house where she could get it done for free. They warmed the needle, punched the holes, and treated it carefully. It was painful, but in the end, a success. And the girl showed off her new earrings eagerly to anyone she could. A few days went by without incident, until one day in class the girl felt an itch where her piercing was. It was all she could do not to scratch until lunch, when she went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. The skin around the lobe was red and swollen, causing her great distress. She could have sworn that her friend had taken great care to stop any infection. Looking closer, she saw what appeared to be a loop of string sticking out between the gap of her ring and the hole. She tugged at it, and to her horror, the strand grew longer, feeding out of her ear. Producing a pair of scissors from her bag, she held them up to her ear and cut the string.
Ugh.
The world plunged into darkness. It took some time for her to realize that it wasn't the world that had gone dark, but that she simply couldn't see. After a thorough examination, the doctor informed her that she would now be blind for the rest of her life. That was no string you cut, he said. It was your optic nerve.
Yeah, completely impossible. but kind of an old wives' tale. You're actually going to see a lot of stuff around women's beauty that deals with body horror. I don't know if they get into it in this one, but there is the sesame seed tale. Um, and actually, let me just check. I just want to make sure because I don't want to like ruin it for anybody if it's coming up. Tats, are you there? Do you know? Do you get into sesame seed tale? No, it looks like you don't. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Split Fries. If you're dealing with the fires, man, I'm really sorry, dude. I hope you're okay, man. I really feel for the people who are dealing with that right now. It feels like pretty much us when we dealt with the hurricane out here. So I hope you're doing okay, man. Please stay safe. So it looks like Tats doesn't have it in here, so she may have skipped that one. But the other sort of beauty secret, or I guess old wives' tale, if you will, deals with women believing that they could get perfect skin if they bathed in sesame seeds. Just taking a bunch of them and just dumping them into the bath, getting in. Okay, you didn't cover that one. Yeah, so they dump a bunch of them into the bath. They get in, and one girl hears like this is gonna make her skin like perfect. So she does that. She dumps a bunch of them in. She gets in there, and it goes horribly wrong. And the way in which it goes horribly wrong is found out when her mother is trying to get into the bathroom, keeps knocking on the doors like, "Sweetheart, I need to get in there. I need to get ready for work. I don't know what you're doing, but like, please, come on, let's hurry it up and move out." And she's not answering. She's not saying anything. She's like, just a minute, just a minute. And then she doesn't answer for a long time. And the mom's like, "Look, I'm just coming in. Let me see what's going on." And she sat there picking the seeds out of every pore in her body because they have implanted themselves in every pore and are now starting to actually gestate and grow throughout her skin. Very horrific. That is the nicest way I can tell that tale. It gets far more gruesome if you hear the original. But there's a lot of stuff like this with beauty secrets and certain beauty advice going horribly wrong. I think one of the best, and it's not a manga. I think it's a manhwa from South Korea, if I'm correct, and it's called Beauty Water. I highly, highly recommend you read it online. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody, but it is pretty much a product that a South Korean girl buys to improve her looks. And let's just say it doesn't go well.
The Cursed Kleenex Commercial. In 1986, the Kleenex company released a series of ads depicting a woman in white alongside a baby dressed as a demon to the unnerving tune of It's a Fine Day by Jane and Barton. The Japanese public was outraged by the advertisement, claiming that the lyrics would bestow a German curse upon anyone who watches it. The company pulled them from circulation, but rumors spread that the actress who portrayed the woman in white became institutionalized, died, or gave birth to a demon child. Mysterious fatalities were claimed to have befallen anyone associated with the project, even the child who portrayed the demon. But as the 90s came around, the memory of the cursed commercial faded from memory. That is, until a YouTuber uploaded the original broadcast version, exposing millions to its speculated curse. Many claim that watching the commercial at midnight will result in the video glitching and cause issues on their systems. More extreme reports have claimed that several individuals and even groups of people have committed suicide after a single viewing. No one yet truly understands the full extent of the curse's power, so beware if you want to see it for yourself.
And just so you know, this Kleenex commercial was seen as super creepy, and it did actually get taken down. Like, Japanese people were not happy about it. But it was the equivalent to like Satanic Panic back in America, right? Like they thought like, "Oh, this feels like curse. This is no good." There is certain commercials and certain movies that the Japanese feel are like cursed, and they get kind of a bad name. And this is just kind of what happened to this one. The actress is still alive. She's doing fine. The person playing the baby too, fine. Nothing happened to them. The German song itself, it's sung in English, so I don't know why they thought it was a German curse. It is sung by a German singer, But that's so ridiculous. I don't know how I can ever find how to rip that thing out of OBS. The song itself is just like, it's a fine day, like it's like a really nice song with like, but it is sung in sort of a very somewhat unnerving tone. I will say it's got like this sort of gloomy tone, even though it's singing about an upbeat sunny day going out and enjoying touching grass. But that's about it. That's all that ever happened with that one. It did get taken off air. It was considered pretty creepy. And it is somewhat considered cursed or anoroi in the same sense that if you've ever heard of that Chinese train commercial, it was cursed in the same way. Like they felt like it was cursed, but not really. Everyone's fine. Don't worry. And if you watched it yourself, you're not cursed. Someone did make a video about it though, a while back, where they show that at midnight it like messes up your computer and everything. And whoever made that video, it's very well done. I remember being very unsettled by it, and just the way it's presented, how the curse takes effect, how they edited it. It's very well done. I highly recommend you look it up if you do like to see some of the background created as far as people pretending like the curse is real.
Dream School. Chroniclers of this creepypasta warn that this story is cursed. If you do not forget it within a week, you'll become trapped inside the Dream School. A young Japanese boy called Kei, upon falling asleep, found himself inside a school he did not recognize. It was night outside, and the halls were dark. Every door and window around him was locked, so he walked down the long corridor. He soon found that it led into a complete circle, despite never bending. The school was a maze, unbound by the laws of time and space, so he decided to deviate from the path. Finally, he was making progress. He moved through the art room, by the girls' toilet, out the music room, down a flight of stairs, and into another hallway. It seemed the school went on forever, and there was no way of knowing where you would find yourself. At that moment, Kay heard a rhythmic sound above him. When he looked up, he saw an enormous clock with a large swinging pendulum. He couldn't tell what the face read, or if it was counting time or counting down. Back down the hall, the sound of heavy footfalls echoed behind him, as though someone had begun chasing after him. Not wanting to look back, Kay continued onward, running up a flight of stairs to the first floor, which should have been the fourth. The pursuer grew louder as Kay arrived at the audio-visual room, and so decided to lose them by making random twists and turns in every direction he could. He arrived at the emergency exit, but the door was locked, and the key missing from its case. A note left behind specified that it could be found in room 108, so Kay went in search of the classroom. As he arrived at the door, the footsteps were not far behind. There seemed to be no way of shaking them. Kay entered the darkened classroom and shut the door. His heart sunk as he saw the many hiding places the key could have. In the bags hanging on the backs of chairs, the teacher's desk, the drawers all around the room, the lockers at the back. It would be near impossible to find it before he himself was caught. Kay tried in vain, but no matter where he looked, the key was not there. At that moment, a loud banging rang out at the door. Kay stood motionless and tense, sure it would fly off its hinges with the force pounding against the other side. But as suddenly as it had started, the knocking stopped. It was worse to wait in silence in the dark than in overwhelming noise. Kay decided to open the door, but what he saw stayed with him for the rest of his life. The hallway was filled with the decimated bodies of school children, their bodies freshly dismembered, still twitching and writhing on the blood-stained floor. Upon witnessing this scene, Kay was drawn to the deepest part of the dream and unable to awaken from the horror within. The only known method of escape is finding the key, but should your time run out, the children will appear and you can never return to the waking world. Kay's real-world body slumbers still, kept in an undisclosed hospital for care.
Well, good thing he was able to tell us that, even though he never ever woke up from it. Now, if you guys are wondering, no, it's not an actual true cursed tale, but this is actually some of the original, and this is, again, it comes from Nichan. It's an urban legend told on there. And this is some of the inspiration that came for the game Corpse Party, which, if you don't know, is a game based on a group of kids doing a ritual that once they go off for the summer and won't see each other anymore. Oh, actually, it shouldn't be summer. It's actually the school year changes in March in Japan, so it's March. And they take a little figure and they say, each of us tear it apart, and that means we'll be friends forever. But when they do that, it actually breaks a curse open that has been with the school for decades, and teleports them to an older version of the school in which many of the students died in some pretty severe ways. And this tale actually became the sort of origin, background, or inspiration, if you will, for that game Corpse Party. If you are really interested in this, like you really like this tale that you just heard, you can also see this flourish somewhat in the game of World of Horror, a sort of visual novel slash RPG, and a series I just actually finished myself and plan on making a video about called Kawaii Files. And there is a series that starts with Kuchisake Onna, the split face woman or the split mouth woman, and follows through with them going into a school like this where they actually do run into the curse of going up the stairs and the stairs keep repeating, and that they try to make corners and run away from a ghost coming after them, but instead it goes in a circle. And it actually leads into a crescendo. And this isn't massive spoiler alert or anything like that, because each topic they cover is a new Toshi Densetsu or urban legend. Ends up with Oiwa, the woman whose face starts to droop. It starts to end up in that. They somehow combine all these old tales into one accumulating movie finale, which my son and I just finished watching all of them. They're pretty dang good. They get pretty creepy. They're very sort of highly effective found footage. But I will say, just as kind of a warning, is as they continue further and further, I don't know if they started to like run out of budget or what was going on. The effects and the story itself starts to like dwindle into this like incredibly cheesy ending with the finale. So it starts out amazing though. The one about Oiwa, the one about the school, the cursed school, and the one about Kuchisake Onna, highly, highly recommend. Definitely check them out. But don't expect an amazing finale. It kind of goes sideways, and you're kind of like, oh, what happened? Like we're talking like editing on the same level of like I could do better in iMovies.
The exact details of how this information was communicated from K's subconscious is still unknown.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is unknown.
Akaname. In Japan, there are many monsters, spirits, and demons known as yokai who exist to be mischievous, some mysterious, and others somewhat terrifying. Akaname are a bit of all three.
A
She
what?
appears only in the dirtiest of places, as she abhors clean environments.
I think I know
She
who this is.
But very still unknown.
I want to hear this again. Hold on. Sorry.
Akaname.
Akaname.
There are many monsters, spirits, and demons known.
Okay, Akaname is pretty much like um liquor of blood, or liquor of like body waste, or liquor of body like filings. I don't know what the best. It could also mean like liquor of red, which obviously could also be blood. Aka, red, name, lick.
As yokai who exist to be mischievous, some mysterious, and others somewhat terrifying. Akaname are a bit of all three. She appears only in the dirtiest of places, as she abhors clean environments. She is deformed, but variations exist with multiple skin tones and colors. Even limbs are inconsistent among them, featuring different numbers of fingers and toes. They feast off filth, but are themselves carriers of germs and disease, so don't rely on them to leave a dirty house spotless. It is wise to avoid them altogether. An encounter is recounted during a young man's trip to Japan from America, often considered to be one of the ultimate holidays that one can take. As he stepped off the plane and got into the cab, he found himself blessed with an English-speaking cab driver. Asking where he could find a good hotel, the young man found a taxi driver quite obliging and was taken to a small hotel in the west of Tokyo. Everything was rather quaint but perfectly low-key, except for the small inconvenience of having to go to the outside toilets rather than having one in his room. The first few days were fine, full of tourist snaps, visiting restaurants, and just generally taking in the sights and sounds of Tokyo.
Horse
The young man was
snaps.
having a great time. The third day, after a particularly exhausting trip, he fell into bed and woke up exactly on midnight, freezing and needing to relieve himself. He stumbled out into the cold night air and soon found himself outside the bathroom door. He paused, however, hearing heavy breathing inside, and stood waiting his turn. Finally, his bladder became too much to bear. Throwing caution to the wind, he kicked open the door only to be greeted by a disgusting sight. On the floor of the bathroom lay a human figure, but with skin scrubbed to the point it looked like it was red raw. It had a tuft of hair on its head and glowing eyes, but most terrifyingly, a long tongue that scraped over the floor and slurped up grime. The creature licked up every bit of dirt, dust, skin, and blood, relishing every last piece. Frozen in fear and no longer needing to pee, the young man fell backwards, and the monstrosity looked up at him, retracting its tongue and hissing to show its sharp teeth. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him all the way back to his room, where he sat.
I have one question. It's a little bit strange here. It says Akaname. Okay, they got the kanji wrong on this one. They literally, it says like red name, and not um it's not name. Like name means name. This is actually, you're looking for the word tongue or lick. No tebu oni. I don't know what that's. I mean, oni means like demon, pretty much demon or ogre, but I don't know what tebu is supposed to mean. Akaname no tebu oni. This is, you know how you have like English in Japan? This is Japanglish in English. I feel, I don't know if this is the writer's own original tale, but this is not really the typical use of Akaname. Akaname is, for the most part, a sort of emaciated and slightly hairy looking. It would pretty much look like an elderly salaryman is the closest I could say, except for the fact that it has a mouth that opens wider than normal and has a tongue that comes out way bigger than normal. Hence the name Name, to lick. And it is found in bathrooms. This is correct, but only in bathtubs in the bathroom. In Japan, almost always the toilet is in the same place as the bathtub, and the room itself, the entire room, is usually able to be sprayed with water all over, even when you go to a hotel. So this is a little strange. First of all, like the American going to West Tokyo and having to stay in a quaint hotel. West Tokyo, West Tokyo is like not quaint. Let's put it that way. West Tokyo is like almost like cyberpunk, ultra dense urban sprawl. So I don't understand. This sounds like it's written by someone who's never been to Japan. I'm not saying that the person, Neptune, is the person who wrote this. They may have found it on like 4chan or something like that. But whoever wrote it definitely has never been to West Tokyo. And there is actually situations where you would rent a room and then have to share the toilet. But these monsters are meant to lick up the skin shavings from the bathtub. And in hotels like this, where you would have to share the toilet, first of all, they would be like insane cheap. Like you're talking like maybe $10 to $20 a night. They're also pretty rare. You would only find them in the most either podunk areas or absolute ghetto, downtrodden areas of Tokyo or Osaka. The bath would not be inside the toilet area of these. You would actually have usually an onsen or a traditional Japanese bath shared by everybody. that's again where you might find this demon. But again, it's only there to lick the skin shavings. The original creation of this demon was, again, a wives' tale. And it was a wives' tale created to get younger kids to clean up after themselves after they took a bath. The family itself in Japan usually rotates through a bath after they create one for the family. And the father gets to go first, mom gets to go second, child gets to go last. And it was their job to clean out the bath. And when they would ask, why the hell do I have to do this job? I don't want to do it. I want to go play with my toys or whatever a kid wants to do from that era. They'd be like, if you don't do it, Akaname is going to come and he's going to lick up all the skin shavings in there. And then he's going to come for you. He's going to get a taste for your skin shavings and come after you. Yeah, the two writers at the time were Australians and had not been to Japan, so I'm unsure where they had obtained the stories. Yeah, they probably, I'm guessing they didn't write these themselves. But yeah, this is the only thing that's kind of wacky, and the Japanese are a little bit wacky on this. It doesn't really make any sense. But yeah, it's completely based around skin shavings in the bathtub, and it was an old wives' tale to get young kids to clean up after themselves after they took a bath. It's the same as like you make faces and, to stop being weird and rude, your mom would say your face is going to stick that way. It's the equivalent to that. So it's a pretty gross looking demon, I'll say that, but it definitely wouldn't be licking up stuff in the toilet. It's not that disgusting.
Staring into the darkness, grasping a heavy vase, should the monster come after him. Eventually, morning came. Still catatonic with fear, the young man moved the next day to the other side of Tokyo, where he sat in his new hotel room and only left
the other side of Tokyo? Wow.
He could not wait to get back to America and try to forget the horrors of what lay in wait in the dark outside that fateful night.
Other side of he goes the entire other side of Tokyo? That's crazy, dude. All right, that's kind of a funny tale. He goes to West Tokyo and then goes all the way to the other side. That'd be like you get a hotel room at some state in America, and then you get so scared you go all the way to the other side of the state. They'd be like, wow, you must have really fucking been scared, dude.
And the cowhead story. The cowhead.
Wait.
As they could hardly afford much, food was scarce.
No.
Most accounts of the Kuna come from
No.
Station to find any
what did I do? I clicked way far ahead.
Teke is known to catch
No.
He decided to close it, and it went away with no negative.
There we go. Sorry about that, everybody.
Teke.
All right. Spelled right, said right.
Haunting ghost's name are derived from the sound she makes as she walks on her hands towards her victims.
No, it's the sound she makes when she walks on her elbows. Your hands don't go teke. Your elbows go teke. It crawls like a military guy.
Teke is often depicted as a horrifically pale woman.
Yeah.
With black hair, brandishing a scythe or sharp weapon.
Really?
But what makes her infamous is that she is missing the lower half of her body. Her spine and insides can be seen from behind, and long, bloody drag marks paint her path.
Oh, shoot.
She will.
Sorry, I skipped one? No, Akaname. Oh, the red room. I'm sorry. Thank you, Luna. I apologize.
He decided to close it.
Sorry.
Together. An encounter.
One of the boys began talking about the legend of the Red Room.
Okay, I'm going to start from the beginning. I want to give you full, because I understand why you're...
And blood, relishing every last piece.
Sorry.
Fear and no longer needing to pee.
Okay, I do want to apologize. I'm not trying to skip anything. I understand if you worked on it, you want it to be heard. I'm going to make sure you get the full thing.
Backwards, and the monstrosity looked up at him, retracting its tongue and hissing
Come on,
to show its sharp teeth. He ran, still catatonic with fear, the horrors of what...
The Red Room.
Okay.
At the end of a long school
Akai no
day, two
Heya.
friends met
Perfect.
as the rest of the students left for home. One of the boys began talking about the legend of the Red Room, but the other had no idea about it. According to his friend, some people who were browsing the internet were greeted with a pop-up message, and that those who closed... Why is it doing this? Like, did you actually have to go back and block it?
That sucks, man. I'm sorry, dude. So like you put this on there originally, but then
it would die. At first, the boy thought his friend's story was silly. A pop-up that can kill you? Ludicrous, but he was intrigued nonetheless. When he arrived home, he searched for the Red Room online, but came up empty-handed. After checking other sites, suddenly it appeared. A blood-red pop-up with black text. The message read, "Do you like," but was cut off afterward.
Okay.
Tentatively, he decided to close it, and it went away with no negative consequences. But soon afterward, it reappeared. He closed it again and again, but it would always return, becoming more of a nuisance than life-threatening. At one point, however, the boy noticed that the text had changed. Now the full message was clear and was read aloud by a warped child's voice. "Do you like the Red Room?" His confusion turned to intrigue as a list of names began scrolling down the screen, all black text with a red background. He realized that this was a list of all the people who had died as a result of closing the pop-up, and at the bottom was the name of his friend. Fear overwhelmed him, and as soon as he felt a dark presence behind him, it was all too late. His school was greeted with the sad news 2 days later. Both boys had been found dead in their homes, having painted their rooms red with their own blood as part of a warped suicide pact. This creepypasta can be traced back to a Flash video depicting these events that some believe is the inspiration behind the Sasebo slashing in 2004.
It wasn't the inspiration. It was the video, the Flash creation that whoever made this exactly, we don't know exactly who. This was created, this was posted first on Nichan. And the Sasebo murders, the girl who committed them was insanely obsessed with this video. So that is very much true. I don't know if you could say inspired. I mean, she was probably a broken brain to begin with, sad but true. But she apparently watched this video over and over and over and over and over again. By the way, tale told perfect. Kanji was perfect. Great job on that one.
Where an 11-year-old girl slit the throat of a 12-year-old classmate with a bomb.
Oh, by the way, also known as Nevada-chan. If you want to look up more on that case, she's known as Nevada-chan, as in the actual state of Nevada. The reason being is when she did it, she was wearing a oversized hoodie that said the word Nevada on it, and she's still holding the razor, and she's like covered in blood. She has been glorified in all sorts of ways through anime and manga. It's kind of sick. I'm an artist. I love art. I don't want to see censorship. At the same time, I'm not a big fan of glorifying homicide, especially when it's realistic. I can't imagine how the girl of the parents of the murdered girl felt about this. But you can find many, many pictures, many, many pieces of artwork with Nevada-chan. That's Nevada, Chan.
Box cutter. When police found her computer, the very first bookmark was that of the Red Room.
That is true. That's completely true.
Teke. The variations on this haunting ghost's name are derived from the sound she makes as she walks on her hands towards her victims. Teke is often depicted as a horrifically pale woman with black hair, brandishing a scythe or sharp weapon.
I've never seen that.
But what makes her infamous is that she is missing the lower half of her body.
Yeah.
Her spine and insides can be seen from behind, and long, bloody drag marks paint her path. She will only let you see her when she has selected you to be her target. And while escape may sound simple, Teke is known to catch up to speeding vehicles in order to catch her prey. And once she has killed you, she will tear you in half.
Okay, I don't know. The one thing about she'll only let you see her when she's selected you. The way the original tale goes, and this is actually another one that goes all the way back to Edo era, but it was actually modernized due to things like train accidents or death by, self-deletion by train. The way she lures you in is she's almost 100% of the time portrayed as a young schoolgirl, and she beckons other students into school from the window by only showing her upper torso hovering over the window and saying, "Hey, come up here and like talk to me real quick." And when the person comes up there, she tears them apart and creates another teke teke. Um, let's see if they go through the original tale of how this started.
And steal your legs, for however long they can serve her. Depending on the area you're from,
Nah, she doesn't steal legs.
the legend differs, with some accounts claiming that teke teke is sometimes a man, or that her victims become teke teke in her stead. However, while there are differences across encounters, all links originate from the death of one woman, Kashima Raiko.
Mm-hmm.
Soon after the end of World War II, the American military was stationed at several locations around Japan, including Moran, Hokkaido. One soldier's eye caught sight of a beautiful Japanese office worker. He followed and then brutally raped her, leaving once he was finished. Distraught and devastated by the incident, she left home that night, deciding to take her own life. She found a bridge that overlooked the train line, figuring that if the fall didn't kill her, the next arrival would. She leapt over the railing, hit the ground, but didn't die. Instead, she laid unconscious halfway across the outside track. When the next train sliced her in half, due to the extreme cold, her blood thinned, and she was unable to bleed out.
Okay, yeah, I'd never heard this before. This appears to be some creation. The original tale comes from, again, a guy killing his wife after he betrays her and cheats on her, an Edo era, a samurai doing this. As soon as I heard it, was like a man on a military base killed her. There's no American military base in Hokkaido. As soon as I heard that, I was like, wait, what? A military base? And then it was called like Moran? I've never heard of Moran, Hokkaido. The only thing I can think is like maybe they're mispronouncing. As far as I know, and I could be wrong. Maybe I'm not a military expert, but only the Japan Self-Defense Force is out in Hokkaido. There's not any American military base, especially not during World War II. World War II, they came in through Okinawa, which is the complete opposite side of Japan. And there is actually cases of later when the military bases, which still exist in Okinawa, there's definitely been cases of American military men assaulting Japanese women. It's sad but true. There's, I think, over 23 different bases out there in Okinawa, and there's been incidents of all different types of crimes of American military against Japanese women. There's no such tale out in Hokkaido. So this isn't. They're saying it's based on this story. I've never heard such a story. Lady Menshao must have been a modernized version of crime found at the time with some creative licensing. Yeah, I've never. Yeah, I've never. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like, there is definitely a lot. Well, there's not a lot. It's not like it's overwhelming, but there is definitely multiple cases, sadly, of U.S. military men graping Japanese women, and even sometimes very young children, which is heinous. There's been a lot of contention in having the American military bases there in Okinawa. Number one, the American and Japanese military are very close. They work together a lot, defending from North Korea and China, who constantly harass. And they also provide a ton of jobs for the Japanese people who live in Okinawa, as well as Yokohama too. That's the other very well-known base. But yeah, there would be no reason to have any kind of base out in Hokkaido. I'm just confused why Hokkaido was chosen. There is, and I'm going to let the rest of the story play, but I think there might be a reason why they chose a cold area, and I'm pretty sure it's because of how the body seals up.
When she came round and saw the fate that befell her, She tried to crawl away to get help. The train attendant at the next station got a fright when he saw half a woman drag herself onto the platform, reaching out for him. Instead of seeking medical attention, all the attendant did was cover her in a plastic tarp, keeping her out of sight until she eventually passed away. This woman was Kashima Raiko.
Raiko.
Upon hearing this story, you will be contacted by Teke Teke, either through a phone call or in a dream. She will pose 2 questions, which you must answer correctly, or else she will select you to die.
Oh, what's the questions?
She will first ask you, do you need your legs? To which you must answer, I need them right now. Upon hearing that, she will question, who told you my story? And you must answer, Kashima Raiko. As her name, Kashima Raiko.
Wait. That's not all one name. Raiko and Kashima. Kashima's the last name. Raiko's the first.
Translates
And
to
it's Deiko. It's not
past,
Raiko.
Death. Demon.
No. No. Oh, no. You wouldn't even, like, you legally wouldn't even be allowed to name your child that. Like, the kanji involved in name, like, the Japanese only approve so many different kanji for you to create your name in Japan. So, for example, to give you a great example, if I became a Japanese citizen, my last name is Ackerman, and I can actually choose Akaman, all right? And that could actually be Deep Red Devil, but I legally would not be allowed to choose that because they'd just be like, that sounds horrendous. No, absolutely not. And I can tell you for sure, this is even when I tried to change my name to that on Facebook in Japan, because my IP address came up as Japan in Facebook in Japan, they wouldn't allow it. Okay. So naming your kid that and then getting it approved by the, whatever ward you're in, Abenoku ward or whatever, they'd be like, no, absolutely not. Are you freaking crazy? Like, that's Kashima just means like island child. Like, that's all. And Deiko can mean like anything from like sunrise child. De is like, it can be like joy, victory, sun. Ko just means child. Sakurako, cherry blossom child. Okay. Yukiko, snow child. Okay. Accident. Where do you get the word I don't ghost? I don't. This is like a crazy. Okay, let's talk about the original tale of this one went way out there. Like, this one just completely made up a whole new universe of just like even the Japanese language. I don't. Okay, so the original tale is based on 2 Japanese schoolgirls who've been kind of quarreling over the last few weeks about a boy they love. All right. They're on their way walking to school. They're stopping at the train stop. The train is coming. And the one girl spitefully pushes the other girl onto the tracks, and she is cut in half by the train. It is an extremely cold day. The story sometimes takes place in Hokkaido because she is able to come back to consciousness because she has her bottom half actually freeze shut while she's laying there unconscious. What is your naming accident child because mom and dad were drunk? Excellent. I love Lady Min Chao. I love it. Yeah, so she pushes her onto the track. She gets cut in half. The blood off. She doesn't bleed out because she's frozen shut, I guess. It coagulates in such a manner, which I mean, we all understand scientifically impossible. And from then, her goal, that new Teke Teke's goal, becomes to lure the new girl into a situation where she can tear her apart. The additional adding a weapon or a scythe, or like, it doesn't really make any sense at all. Like, why? Because it's based on a schoolgirl to begin with. Even the scythe, like, you don't use it to like get rice, which is the main agricultural based farm in Japan. So I don't know where that weapon comes from. On top of it, she goes to the window of the school. She tells the other girl, like, come on up, come meet me. And the girl's like, of course, shocked that the other one's still alive. She's like, oh my God, she somehow survived that. I watched her get like cut in half. So of course she's gonna go up there to be like, oh man, I hope she's not gonna like tell on me that I caused her death. And when she gets up here, the girl tears her apart and she becomes the next Teke Teke. There's 2 different horror movies based on it too as well. And it pretty much follows that story. And it is true. I will say the one thing is true is that she can crawl on her elbows as fast as a car. I don't know why they added that. That doesn't really make it any scarier. It just kind of makes it comical. And there is parts of this movie where they just kind of like speed up, like hit fast forward on the CGI they use to create these ghosts. It's really goofy, and not a very good scary movie. If you're up for some like really cheesy like D level horror, I would say watch Teke Teke 1 and 2, but I'm not sure this person just like took free total creative liberty. I don't know. It's kind of a that's going way overboard with the Japanese language. I don't know where they found that. Like you would have to like make the most incomprehensible bunching of kanji, and it's not all one name. Kashima is a last name. That's a family surname. Adeiko is a very common girl's first name. So her full name would be like Adeiko Kashima, right? But no family would be like, I think we're going to be the Masked Death Demon family. I think, what do you guys think? We sound pretty good, right? People will definitely remember us. So this is kind of a, I enjoy creative liberty, but there you reach a point where you're kind of like, okay, what's going on?
Accident. Be warned, however, just because you have passed the test for now does not mean she won't be back for you later.
Kisaragi Station. 2chan is a popular Japanese image board frequented by many as a social hub, much like the West's 4chan.
Oh. Futakuchi Ona contains a jump scare. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me read both of these 2 things real quick. Okay, so you're saying the person who wrote this part of it is not working with you guys anymore. Okay, I can kind of understand if it got like this goofy. I don't like. I know you guys aren't trying to be like insulting or anything like this, but this is kind of like telling people that a Japanese person's name could mean that is almost kind of like it's kind of like pushing the envelope of of the Japanese language and kind of like cultural and traditional sensitivity. I know that's not what you're trying to do or anything like that, but it is like a kind of like on the border. So that person's not working with you anymore because of like pushing the tails this far. I get it. That makes sense. And also, I want to give you guys a heads up. Tat says that the upcoming Futakuchi Onna story has a jump scare. So thank you, Tats, for letting us know that. But I'm thoroughly enjoying this video, by the way. Like, absolutely excellent. Please don't take any of my criticism. I'm not. I lived in Japan 15 years, going on 16 years. I'm not expecting everybody to know all this stuff or have perfect pronunciation. Like, please don't take this. My audience and I are absolutely loving this.
Here, many people exchange stories and information regarding a wide variety of topics, but deep in a subject titled Post About Strange Occurrences Around You, someone did just that. It began with an innocent enough observation by the thread's creator that the train she'd been riding for over an hour had not stopped in that time.
Kisaragi Station.
And worried she'd missed her station, but was sure the train would have stopped at least once by now. The responder suggested asking any attendants or the driver, but the op couldn't find them, nor could she find anyone awake.
The op?
Now making
The
her
OP?
identity public, saw that they had just left a tunnel and eventually came to stop at Kisaragi Station. She entered the station to find any help, but it appeared unmanned. Nobody had heard of that station before, or where along the line it could be. Realizing it was probably safer back aboard the train, Hasumi turned back, but it had already departed seconds earlier. With no sign of a taxi, Hasumi called her parents, neither of whom knew where Kisaragi Station was, but would try to find out. Hasumi did some research of her own and discovered that the kanji for devil was written with Kisaragi on the sign. Not wanting to wait any longer, she began walking back along the track in hopes she could find somewhere familiar. Any internet search of nearby town information came to dead ends, so she committed to a new plan. Hisumi's father eventually called back and told her they couldn't find the station she was talking about and advised her to call the police, which she did.
Wait.
They heard her story but believed.
Wait. Oh, this has been altered too. Why did they alter this one? The original is really good. Okay. Um, uh, they talked about Nichan at the beginning of this. This whole thing started on Nichan. Okay. Why is she calling her father and stuff in this? No, who warped this story? Okay. So Nichan, I've talked about it already. It's 4chan. It's the original 4chan. It's actually where 4chan got its idea from. They stole it from Nichan. Okay. And by the way, the owner of Nichan now owns 4chan. So in the export, like you have export on 4chan, right? In the export, a person on there, an anonymous OP, not an op, started talking to the actual board about being in Kisaragi Station. And it was like a live RP, pretty much. And we know it's fake. There's no such thing as Kisaragi Station, all right? It doesn't exist. But she started to type like, hey, I'm in this station. It's called Kisaragi Station. I fell asleep on the train while I was trying to arrive at a place, and I've ended up at the last stop on the final train at Kisaragi Station. My internet's barely working. It's like going in and out. Can you guys in X kind of help me figure out where I am on a map of Japan? Because when I bring up Google Maps, it's just like not even showing up. So people go to research and they actually start to respond back to her, and they're like, yeah, actually, you know what? Like us too, we can't find this when we do a Google search of it and things like that. It gets into like, modern technology trying to help her figure out where she's at, and the fact that it can't do that becomes very creepy and very scary. Then she wonders, well, okay, okay. Why is she calling her dad? Why did they do this? No, it's so much more interesting when the actual users of Export try to help her, because they know she's in kind of a desperate situation and they're actually starting to get scared for her. And they even start to get into like theories that try to explain why she's there.
It was a prank and chastised her. The conversation on the thread turned to Hisumi's surroundings, to which she claimed to hear a beating drum and loud bell in the distance behind her through the tunnel. The others advised her to return to Kisaragi Station, but Hisumi refused, stating that she was even too scared to turn around. Moments later, she reported briefly seeing an old one-legged man behind her who shouted, "Hey, don't walk on the track, that's dangerous," before suddenly disappearing.
What?
She made a run for it down the tunnel, eventually tripping and breaking a heel. She was bleeding but mostly unharmed, so finished the trek to the tunnel's exit. Upon exiting the Isanugi tunnel, she came across a man waiting along the tracks who appeared friendly enough, even flagging down a train for them both.
Isanugi? All right, we're just making words up. So, okay, I don't know why they're making new characters. Okay, so she's walking down the track, and they tell her, you need to go back and just get back to the platform and wait till the train shows back up. And she tries to do that, but like there's a mist, just like a Silent Hill type mist, where she can't find her way back, even though she's still following the tracks. While she's walking down the tracks, a man on crutches with one leg comes up and says, hey, like, what's wrong? What are you doing? You look like you're really lost. And so she lets the board know. She says, hey, guys, good news. Like this guy, a little bit strange because he's only got like one leg and he's walking around with crutches, but he's very friendly and he's starting to try and help me find where to go. He's going to lead me to like the nearest train. Why is a guy with one leg shout at her, get off the tracks? Like this, okay.
To return to civilization. However, the commenters were highly wary of this strange man and his convenient appearance. Their suspicions were confirmed when he said their destination was in Hina, nowhere near where they would be heading, which just so happened to be back towards Kisaragi Station. Soon, he ceased talking to her at all, instead muttering to himself. Hisumi relayed to her supporters that the journey had taken them far into the mountains, beyond any realistic return to society. She said that as soon as the train pulled into the station, she'd make a run for it, back to Kisaragi, through the tunnel, as far home as she could. But no one heard from her again.
Okay, so the way it actually ends on Nichan is that part you heard, I guess, like almost halfway through, where she says she hears like drums and stuff in the distance. Like, it ends with she continues to follow the man with one leg on crutches, and he no longer is like, she's like, oh, are we getting close? He's like, yeah, of course, and just a little bit farther. And then she's like, how much farther now? And he just stops answering her and starts muttering to himself. That's true. It's still the guy with one leg. And then her last response to them is, now they're getting close to a mountain, and she's hearing like the sounds of like drums and chanting and stuff like that. And that's because in general, mountains in Japan hold a lot of like occult mysticism. Many mountains in Japan are believed to hold like the souls of demons, the souls of like forgotten gods, um, the souls of like patrons that are somewhere in between like divine and human, all kinds of very strange stuff. Like mountains get very scary. There's some really great mountain ghost stories in Japan. And that's why it ends like that, where she's going up into the mountains. Number one, we know in Japan, when you get up into the mountains, oftentimes your phone signal starts to die out. Number two, we know that like they're often very haunted and very scary. And number three, like it's still following the mysterious man with one leg, which leaves our minds like all up in the air about like what the hell is exactly going on, and we never hear from her again. There's a movie. There is an actual movie. It's bad. It's bad. It was made in Japan. It doesn't really follow the story very close. It gets all goofy. It's not scary. Don't waste your time.
Kuna Kuna.
Kune
Somewhere out
Kune.
in the vast countryside, or open plains near the shore, you may spot a white wisp in the distance, swaying and bending. You'll most likely feel the urge to get a closer look. Don't. That is a Kuna Kuna.
Kune Kune.
Very little is known about them, but if the legends warn of anything, it's that catching sight of one is very, very bad. But stray any further towards it, gaze upon its form, and you'll be driven insane. Leave as soon as you can, lest you become another victim of its insidious trap. Most accounts of the Kuna Kuna come from witnesses who saw someone else fall under the effects of the apparition. A father and son on the beach saw something out to sea, and when the father looked closer, he warned his boy to run home. When he arrived back, he told his grandfather the story, and the old man took off back to the beach. The father was still standing there, staring, unable to tear away his gaze. So bad was his trance that the grandfather had to knock him out to drag him off the sand. Another story of two brothers on a hillside sightseeing caught a glimpse of something they thought was a sheet fluttering in the breeze or a small cloud. When the older brother looked through his binoculars, he turned white and began muttering to himself, walking zombie-like back home. Both suffered from fits of insanity for the rest of their lives. So if you too spot a Kuna Kuna out in the distance, turn around, walk away, and warn others of its presence. No matter the reason for its being there, the result destroys the minds of all who are curious to discover it.
I'm going to be honest with you. I've never heard of Kune Kune. I want to see what the kanji is. Kune Kune was featured in Dori Miyazawa's Other Side Picnic as both Monsters of the Week and one of the entities that haunted the eponymous realm where... Hold on, I want to see this. I've never ever heard of it. Come on, get out of here. So much freaking stupid advertisements. An antagonist found in Japanese folklore. It appears in rice paddies, okay. And if more information about it than that is visible, such as appearance, it destroys the mind of the person who sees it. What is the kanji for it, though? Because the kanji could at least give me, like... Kune look like a white mist, and it retains a moderate amount of human form, with a black one appearing in some cases and in some places. It's always flickering like smoke, and the appearance resembles the actions of a person who has gone mad seeing it. So it's like a residual haunting of insanity. Interesting. First-hand accounts. When protagonist was a child, he went to his grandmother's house in Akita. The protagonist arrived at his grandmother's house and immediately went to go play with his older brother. At noon, the protagonist thought the wind had stopped for a moment. It's just like where the brothers go insane or something. Oh. Okay, this is weird. Like the tale told is just like, so there's like 3 different stories about people witnessing them and going crazy, and pretty much the author of this took all 3 and kind of condensed them into one. But more or less, whoever sees this flickering smoke-like ghost or mist-like ghost pretty much goes totally nuts and like starts laughing and talking to themselves for the rest of their life. Okay, I don't think I've heard anything about that. And there's no kanji. Usually see like the kanji has a meaning that can let me draw some sort of information as to what, for example, the akaname, red lick, like, licking up blood or licking up drippings of the body. But this gives me nothing. It's probably nobody's fault. Ooh.
The two-mouthed woman is said.
Well pronounced. Whoever just said that. Futakuchiona. Very well pronounced. Although, I think the kanji's wrong.
Another story of 2.
Hold on.
Most accounts of the Kunekune come from witnesses who saw someone else fall under the effects of the apparition. A father and his boy took off transit. Another story of 2 brothers on a hillside were white and began lives. So if you too spot a kunekuna out in the distance, presence, no matter the reason for it, who are curious.
Close. Okay, so we got Kuchi, we got Ona, Futa would have been like back or split of the back, but someone's put the number 2, so it's like 2. Yeah, I guess. Okay, well, yeah, I guess maybe you could write it like that. 2 mouth, because there is actually one for Futa that can mean like in the back or at the back of the head. Well, not the head, just in the back of. But it is a woman with 2 mouths, so okay, fair enough.
The two-mouthed woman is said to have one diminutive mouth on her face, but embedded in the back of her skull,
yes,
under her long hair. A second, much wider maw can be found, complete with lips, teeth, and tongue.
Yes.
Apparently cursed through some misdeed, the second mouth is ravenous and can continually eat food presented before it. The amount of control it exhibits over the woman it inhabits is limited, but can be expanded by causing great pain to the host and influencing her actions by whispering suggestions or barking orders. It is also able to manipulate the hair on her scalp by twisting it into knots and using them to grasp food and implements for eating. 2 conflicting accounts exist to detail the first encounter with Futakuchiona. The first centers around a rich man who...
His pronunciation on this one is like excellent. What is this the same person reading? Because like when he did Kune, but now his pronunciation is absolutely impeccable on this.
Wanted a wife, but was afraid one would cost too much to feed, as he liked to hoard his money. When a young, beautiful woman took interest in him, she claimed that the best thing about her was that she ate very little, and therefore he had found the perfect match. Things went well between the couple, except over time the miser noticed that the vast amounts of rice he kept stored were slowly being depleted. He decided to investigate one day, lying to his wife that he was going to work, but discovered the secret she'd been keeping from him this whole time. His wife entered the storeroom, and he witnessed the gaping maw on the back of her head feasting greedily on his precious rice. When he confronted her about it, she attempted to kill him, but he escaped and fled to a hideaway for several weeks. After he returned from the mountains, he cautiously went home and found his stores empty and his wife missing. The second tale elaborates on her origins, centered around a husband whose wife died, leaving behind her daughter as well. The father married again, although the stepmother was far more terrible than her predecessor, promptly abusing the daughter in favor of her own. As they could hardly afford much, food was scarce, but the stepmother always fed her own daughter more than her husband's. After much neglect, the father was mourning the loss of his little girl who finally passed away. Grieved, he spent much time working, drowning those sorrows by maintaining the household. One day he was chopping firewood when his wife walked too close to him. He hit her in the back of the head during a backswing, but surprisingly, she didn't die. The wound instead transformed over time into a large gaping mouth that grew its own tongue and teeth. She was overcome with agony every time the mouth didn't feed, and it soon learned to speak. It taunted both her and the husband, to whom it revealed his wife had allowed his daughter to die. Regardless of her beginnings, the two-mouthed woman is certainly someone you want to avoid.
Okay, yeah, perfect. This got every single thing right. There are two separate different stories. The only other thing there is added to that, which I mean, it's fine, this isn't included, but it is also kind of a metaphor for, once again, you know, and I hate to say this, it's like old school misogyny that women are demons and that they backtalk, right? That they talk behind your back, that they're always like making little rumors and stuff and discussing stuff with their friends and everything like that and talking trash. It's very misogynistic. It's from the Edo era. But these tales were pronounced perfect, told perfect, absolutely followed through. Very good stuff. Okay, so and I want to inform everyone. They said there's two different narrators. There's Burger and Krabby, and apparently Burger is the one who's doing this like superb pronunciation. So good on you, Burger. Way to go, man.
The Cowhead Story. The Cowhead, or Gozu as it is referred to,
Yes.
is an ancient Japanese urban legend that tells of a mysterious creature with the body of a man, but the head of a bovine. However, the legend is incomplete, as it was discovered that recounting its details caused death to anyone who heard or read it. And so, to keep people safe, the legend was destroyed as quickly as it could, with all documents burned or torn. However, it is rumored that a copy of the story of its origins exists, spread out across the world, separated into many pieces that, if read on their own, may not kill, but will still cause great pain and suffering to any who speak it. An incident involving a bus filled with school children crashing supports the existence of the Cowhead fragments.
Yep.
A teacher on the bus claimed they had found part of a story during their trip through one of the towns of Japan and decided to read it to his restless children. The students pleaded for him to stop, but they reported his eyes rolling back in their sockets and his clear voice turning into wild, deep ramblings, as though he were possessed. By the time he awoke from the incident, the teacher realized that they had crashed into a ditch, the children foaming at the mouths and the driver unconscious at the wheel. A vague detail of the origin story is known, but it is speculated whether or not it is true. The legend speaks of a town suffering over years of famine, their crops spent, and their animals all dead. They were visited by the Gozu, who offered his services, but the townsfolk, overcome with hunger and desperation, tore at the creature, ripping off his flesh and devouring every last piece.
Okay.
It was all gone. The town was plunged into a cursed state, but any details that follow have been lost to...
It sounds like someone played the game Siren. The Gozu tale, the only story that is really known is, and it's slightly different from the one that was told in this, there is the teacher on the bus telling the story. So apparently this teacher was well known for keeping the kids entertained by collecting and telling scary stories whenever they would go on a field trip to stop them from being restless on the bus. Then he started one day to tell the tale of the cowhead. And right away, the kids knew like this wasn't something they were supposed to hear. Like just either some of them instinctually knew or someone had heard the legend of Gozu was not supposed to be told. He starts to tell it, and immediately the kids start to be like, wait, Mr. whatever his name is. Let's say his name's Takahiro. Mr. Takahiro, please, no, dame, yamete kudasai, sono hanashi wa abunai. And he's like, oh, it's fine. I'll just keep telling it. And as he continues to try and tell it, the last thing the kids can remember is they black out, and only like one or two kids survives or something. Like the rest are just like splattered blood throughout the bus. Like they're just like exploded, I guess. I don't know exactly, but like um it's something like one or two of them like stuffs their ears, like it's like, no, I can't hear it, and they survive, and the rest are just like blood, like just absolutely like a thin red layer on the bottom of the bus. The second tale that was just told of the god coming to visit the starving town is the story of Siren. If you don't know, it's this godlike alien comes down to a town, and they're a starving village. They don't have anything to eat, and they actually end up eating the alien. And they're cursed by this god alien forever. Somehow that became Gozu. There is a movie. There is a movie called Gozu, aka Cowhead. You never get to learn about the story in the movie, and in fact, there's parts where someone starts to tell it but then stops, and it doesn't really revolve around the story whatsoever. It just involves like these very strange Yakuza members and a man obsessed with ladles. I won't explain how. It's pretty gross, pretty disgusting. It's a Takeshi Miike film. If you don't know him, then maybe you're not familiar with like a lot of splatterpunk stuff. He did quite a few famous movies that are very well known in the horror scene, such as Aku no Jugyo, The Lesson of Evil, Visitor Q, Mermaid in a Manhole. All these I would recommend. If you're very, very into horror and horror movies and you want to see like extremes, check out Takeshi Miike. Miike spelled Miike. You'll find it. And he has a movie called Gozu. And it's out there, man. It's out there. Would I recommend it? Yeah, sure, if you're really into like the extreme side of horror. Oh, and sorry, I want to give a shout out. Tat said, two of the other people in here reading are Fat Boy Panda and Count Solus. So if you want to check out their channels too, give them a check. He's got it typed right there. When I publish this video, when I finish this for the day, I'm going to edit this down and I'll put everybody's name in there to make sure I give everybody credit. Because I mean, we're watching this as entertainment. I'm doing commentary on it, but like everybody deserves the credit they deserve.
The Pale Man. An old man simply living the rest of his days in peace. Tanome walked alone along a path through a field, cane in hand helping him sense anything ahead. He was unable to walk very fast as he was blind, and had been most of his life. Without realizing, several figures leapt towards Tanome, mercilessly lynching the poor man to near death. His money gone, his cane broken, his soul battered. Tanome cursed his blindness, being unable to see his attackers, and shouted, "If only I had eyes on the palm of my hands," before dying. As is part of the cultural belief in Japan, Tanome passed into the afterlife, tormented and enraged, and it was that incredible negative surge of emotion that returned him to the world of the living as the Pale Man. The eyes on his face were gone, now embedded within the palms of his hands, which he uses to stalk the country and towns across Japan in search of those who killed.
Okay, like he's not known as the Pale. The Pale Man comes from Pan's Labyrinth, and the Pale Man is based on this yokai, but he was never originally called the Pale Man. The Pale Man's name came from the director's vision of what this monster would look like.
Killed him, but there's a catch to the tale of revenge. Tanome never saw who committed the terrible crime, and so he will slaughter anyone who comes across. Although he has gained the ability to see, he instead became blinded with rage at each and every person along his path. A priest recalled one night that a boy ran into his church, frightened and breathing heavy. He claimed that his friends dared him to walk through the graveyard outside, and on his journey, he encountered an old white man with eyes on his hands, reaching out to him. Knowing the creature was likely only moments behind, the priest hit the boy in the chest near the altar, while he himself took refuge in another room. He could hear the Pale Man searching the convent, his steps pattering on the stone floor. Minutes into the unnerving encounter, the priest heard a strange slurping sound, as though someone were sipping a drink from the cup. It ceased with a satisfied before the sound of the doors creaking open, then slamming shut, echoed through the building. The priest dared not move until daybreak, immediately checking on the boy. When he opened the chest, he was met with the empty flesh and skin of the child, still wearing its clothing, but completely empty within. The pale man had sucked out his organs, his blood, and bones.
Okay, again, like that was okay. So like some parts of this are correct, but like the Pale Man. Okay, putting katakana for Pale Man. I don't. Who chose to do that? The original yokai's name is Te no Me. Okay, Te no Me. Tonome is a Japanese yokai with eyes on the palms instead of its face. The name translates to eyes on hand. Okay. There's no Pale Man. Guillermo del Toro made up Pale Man and took the idea from the Tenome. The part that's like a slightly different is in Legends, Shichijo Kyoto. All right, this is where it happens. A young man entered a graveyard at night and was approached by a blind old man with eyeballs on the palms of his hands. Now, how he has them there, he's a yokai. He's just a yokai, right? This is how it was made. It was already this way. There is no backstory of like he was blind and then like he got angry and then he got eyes on his hands and there maybe some other secondary tale exists somewhere throughout a horror writer making an origin story in modern times, but the original is just a yokai that haunted the graveyard. And it's Tenome, it's not the Pale Man. Who called it the Pale Man? Come on.
The slit-mouthed woman. Kuchisake
Wait. Okay, all right, there. He's going to say it now. Why didn't they call Kuchisake Onna at the beginning?
Liana had hoped to keep the affair a secret from her noble samurai husband, but once the discovery was made, the warrior burst into a rage. Knowing of her incredible betrayal, he sliced a permanent grin into her face and shouted, "Who will think you are beautiful now?" as she died from the blood loss. The first reported sightings of this Onryo, a damned spirit able to walk amongst and harm those of us in the mortal world, began in 1979.
Actually, it is true. It is a spirit, but Onryo actually means like angry woman ghost. So just so anytime you hear Onryo, and this is fine. The information's fine. Although I would change Sorito Mouse. Like I would change that to Kuchisake Onna. But Onryo is always a woman. So that's one thing I see, and then this is not something Tat's video has done at all. But I've seen so many people tell tales about ghosts from Japan, and they're like, and that ghost was an Onryo, but it's like a male ghost or it's like a samurai warrior, and it's like, no, it wouldn't be an Onryo.
The public became fearful of a so-called monster woman who stalked the Nagasaki prefecture and areas close to where children would congregate. Accounts from survivors and witnesses state that the unusual person would approach her victim and ask them a simple question: "Watashi kirei? Am I beautiful?" Those who answered no were
Atashi wa kirei desu ka? So she would say Atashi. She's a woman. She wouldn't say Watashi. And she's asking it as a polite, formal question. If she just said Watashi kirei, I'd be like, I'm pretty. And also it would sound kind of manly. Like she's a very feminine. She always comes across as very feminine because she wants to like scare the person first. So she would say Atashi, not Watashi. Atashi kirei desu ka? So she's asking it as a question. And she wouldn't use casual language. She'd use polite language. This is far more complicated. I don't expect them to know any of this stuff. But she would ask it in keigo, polite form, because you don't ask a stranger on the street something in casual form.
slaughtered on the spot, cut in half immediately by a pair of large scissors. However, as many children did reply yes, she would reveal her scarred face to them before asking, "Even like this?"
No, not even like this.
Results in death.
It's, am I still pretty?
And the deceased often found with a Glasgow smile carved into their own faces. Answering yes means you will be left alone until you return home, that is.
No.
Or she will inevitably finish the job she started.
No. Okay. If you say no, she just attacks you. If she says, watashi wa kirei desu ka? And if you're like, iie, like she attacks you. If you say yes, you are pretty, she says, okay, I'm gonna make you like me. All right, and then she cuts your face the same way. There is one way to avoid getting attacked, and let's see if they say it in here.
Attempting to flee will result in failure, as the slit-mouthed woman can appear from anywhere and confront you again.
No, she can sprint. She can go really fast. She's like Teke Teke. She's got like super speed.
Intent on bringing about your death. The only known method of properly countering her focus is to either answer her question of if she looks pretty, even like this, with, so-so.
No.
Which will confuse her long enough to return to safety. If you have lollies or sweets on you,
yeah, there we go.
Scattering them around her will also buy you that.
Lollies. Why isn't it? He's got an American accent. I've never heard an American say lollies before. You're reading an Australian write-up.
That time as she is distracted by grabbing the candy. Sightings of her continued into the early 2000s, with her adopting a surgical face mask to hide the cuts, but has since dialed down significantly. Perhaps her jealousy and angry spirit has finally left us, or with how protective society is of its children nowadays. Seeing the slit-mouthed woman becomes harder by the second, unable to draw her out. Chances are, however, that she is simply in wait for the next one to come along.
Okay. Hold on. More or less pretty good. The one thing that was good to hear is they got it right. It was the woman cheating on the man in this situation, and he got angry and slit her face with a samurai sword, a katana. Or actually, it was probably the zashiki, the smaller version of the katana. So good job on that. There's one part they should have added, and like this is okay if they don't add this, but in 1983, or it could have been 1987. I always get the date messed up. It's either 83 or 87. There was a resurgence in people seeing Kuchisake Onna, and it was bad enough, in fact, that kids actually started to get walked home by their parents when going home from school. And in fact, sightings of her increased. And this is not like a joke. This actually did happen because some woman that was like mentally disturbed started chasing children on their way home from school. And I believe this was in Nagasaki. I could be wrong on the prefecture though, so don't quote me on that. And you can look this up in actual newspaper clippings from old Japanese newspapers. She was chasing the children home, I guess, like acting out the role of Kuchisake Onna, of chasing children. Although really she'll go after anybody. It's not just children. And she was hit by a car in the middle of chasing one. And when she got to the morgue, they interviewed the, what would you call it? The person who operates on them. My brain is shutting down. It's too late. The coroner. That's what I'm looking for. They interviewed the coroner. The newspaper went to the coroner, and he let them know that she had been hit directly in the head by the car, and it had split her mouth open in the same way Kuchisake Onna had a split mouth. And this was like an epic legend for a very long time. Like it actually did happen. This woman actually was chasing people. She actually did get hit by a car, and she actually did receive an injury that gave her a split mouth. And I mean, she was dead. She didn't come back and start eating candy. But otherwise, a very well told tale. And it starts in Edo era. Its first version of it is a woman cheating on a shogun in Edo era, and then gets to modern day. And if you want to watch a movie based on it, there's Carved and Carved 2, Tale of a Slip-Mouthed Woman. They're both kind of so-so. They're pretty dated at this point. The makeup in the first movie is pretty incredible for the time. The second movie gets really goofy, so it's up to you. First movie, I'd probably give it like a B horror type movie. The second movie gets into like garbage D-rate, goofy stuff going on. So it's up to you if you want to watch it. But, if you're really into that, go for it.
The Girl from the Gap. Have you ever felt like someone is watching you in your own home?
Girl from the Gap.
Ever
That's
glimpsed a
rarely
pair of
told.
eyes staring at you through the slit of your door or the crack in your wall? Then maybe you've been visited by the Girl from the Gap. This yokai stalks its victims in the one place they feel most safe and waits for you to stumble across her. The worst part is she could be hiding in any narrow space in your house. Many who have felt her presence have duct taped their houses or sealed every hole and slit with filler in order to avoid meeting her up close. But even precautions this drastic won't keep you entirely safe. Any small gap will do, so leaving your door slightly ajar will allow her to appear, even the opening at the foot of your bed, where she has been known to lurk and snatch at any body part dangling over the edge. Once she has your complete attention, she will ask you to play a game of hide and seek. No matter the response to this request, you are still doomed. Answering yes, she will disappear and most will feel they are safe from danger. Time will pass. It depends on the person and their habits, but eventually she will appear again. Once you look into her eyes, she will have found you, and she will take you with her to the alternate dimension she came from. Most speculate that this place is in fact hell, but no one has been able to confirm this, as no victim has ever returned.
Yeah, pretty well done. I've never heard of her playing hide and seek. I've never heard of that. She doesn't speak to anybody. I've never heard of that. There is quite a few like short horror tales about the girl in the gap, and one of the best ones is she starts showing up in a plug in the room. So, like an electrical outlet. And one day a guy moves into a new apartment and there's like one piece of hair sticking out of the electrical outlet. And he pulls it out. He's like, gross. He pulls it out, throws it away. And then more shows up and then more. And until one day he can like almost see something moving around in there. And he sees like the white of an eyeball. There's multiple tales of people seeing something in the gap of their furniture or seeing something in the gap of their door or even the cabinetry of their place. And then taping it up with red tape because that's often what's told to them to do by like members of the occult. Probably where this really gets pushed to its extreme is there's actually been an incident where a man moving into a new house noticed every day that certain things were moved around in his refrigerator and that things were moved around in his house and stuff like that. And he did actually find a homeless woman had already moved herself into the cabinetry below some part of his kitchen. And she had been living in there for like a long time before he even bought the house. And he had to call the police to have her arrested and kicked out. That's like a real life story of Girl in the Gap. Like, I guess, the closest you can get to like where this kind of horror could have spawned from. It's a more modern tale, obviously. What is going on with my microphone here? Okay, there we go. So kind of an interesting sort of backstory to that one. Well told, though.
The elevator ritual.
Okay.
Originating from Japanese and Korean culture.
Yeah, it came from Korea.
The ritual is a solitary event. It must be performed only when you are alone.
Yeah.
As any interference will prevent you from reaching your intended destination. To prepare, you'll need a building with an elevator that has at least 10 stories.
Okay.
You must also ensure that you study or leave behind a unique detail on the first floor, so it will easily be distinguishable for later.
I've never heard that, but okay.
You may begin the ritual. Enter the elevator by yourself, then travel to the 4th floor. From there, head down to the 2nd floor, then the 6th, 2nd again, 10th, and finally the 5th floor. It is here that a woman may enter the lift, signaling the success of the first stage of the ritual. However much she talks or tries to get your attention, you must not acknowledge her existence, as this entity will steal and keep you in another realm.
I've never heard her trying to talk to you. You're just never supposed to look her in the eye or say anything to her. You're supposed to like turn in the opposite direction and not like face her.
If you do. Instead, press the button for the 1st floor. If the elevator descends to that floor, leave immediately without looking back or speaking. Should the elevator instead take you back to the 10th floor, it is up to you to decide if you wish to stay within and make the return trip, or else leave and explore the other world. Should you choose the latter, the woman will ask, "Where are you going?" as you walk away, a question to which you mustn't respond. You will be the only person here, and your surroundings will appear identical to the original state. but two clear indicators you have crossed over to a new realm are that lights and possibly electronic devices will no longer work, and a large red cross is visible in the distance. Be quick in your exploration, as exposure to the other world has a disorienting effect, causing you to hallucinate that the elevator is farther than it seems. Lose consciousness and you will wake up at your house, although you must find out whether or not it's really yours, or its alternative version. To return to your world, you must use the same elevator on the same floor. Once safely back inside, repeat the steps you used to travel here in the first place until you reach the 5th floor. Pressing the button for the first floor at this point will cause the lift to begin ascending back to the 10th floor. You must interrupt this journey by pressing any other floor's button, which will result in you being taken to the 1st floor instead. Before you leave, make sure you see the clear identifiers that your journey has taken you back to the real world. If not, then repeat the return ritual again until you know for certain that you have returned to the right realm. Failure at any point will result in the participant's eternal damnation in the other world. This legend took the internet by storm after the disappearance of Elisa Lam, who was recorded in her last moments in an
Oh,
elevator
come
from a
on.
hotel, traveling to various floors and talking to someone who wasn't there.
No, dude, you shouldn't. The Lisa Lamb thing, that's kind of a... we shouldn't make a mockery of her going missing. Okay, the one thing that was a little bit strange is that usually, I don't know why this was never mentioned, you go to a world that's the same as your world, but the most noticeable aspect is it's black and white. And the cross isn't red, it's neon. It's out in the distance and it's neon red. And they just like don't suggest you go out there at all. I don't know, the Lisa Lamb thing is kind of oh, here we go, number one. By the way, that elevator thing was out way before the Elisa Lamb thing ever happened.
Hide and go seek. Alone.
Kakure. Oh, okay. Kakurembo hitori de. Okay, kanji's correct.
Also known as one-man hide and seek or one-man tag.
No.
This ritual...
No, there's no man. Just hitori de. It's just by yourself hide and seek. That's it. Hitori de is by yourself, or single hide and go seek. There's no man.
There's a very strict set of instructions that must be followed if you want to initiate the game.
Yes, it's super strict.
As well as end it. Play at your own peril. To begin, you'll need the following items.
Okay.
A stuffable doll with movable limbs.
A stuffable doll.
A bag of rice. A sewing needle with crimson thread. A sharp-edged implement. Knives, glass, scissors, or the like. A cup of natural salt water. And a hiding spot that has been purified with incense and ofuda, paper tags that are also used during exorcisms. To prepare for the game, remove the stuffing from the doll you have selected and replace it with the rice, which will draw spirits inside. Cut several fingernails, use only your own, and place them inside with the rice. Seal up the spirit with the crimson thread and tie the doll with the rest of the string. Next, fill a bathtub with water, and then put your cup of salt water in the hiding place. To initiate the ritual, first give your doll a name. Anything but your own. This will give you definitive control over it for when the time comes. At 3 a.m., speak to the doll that you are the first it 3 times. Take the doll to the bathroom and submerge it in the tub. Turn off all the lights in the house. Turn on a TV close by and return to your hiding place. Count to 10 with your eyes closed. Return to the bathroom with your weapon.
The only thing I've never heard is I've never heard you need to turn on the TV and at 3 a.m. I don't think you need to do that. I've never heard, those are like 2 new things I've heard at it that don't exist.
And speak, "I have found you," saying the doll's name, and then stab it without cutting the thread. Say aloud, "You are the next it," and the doll's name as you place it back in its original spot. As soon as you have done this, run back to your hiding place. The game has begun. And once it has started, you must see it through to the end, or else you risk dangerous consequences.
Dangerous. Like, what is it gonna do? This is dangerous consequences. You are supposed to follow through all the way to the end. It does say that. You you don't have to do all that other stuff. Like it says, like you have to say like stab it, and then say like you do say you're it. You're the one who's it, and then you just go hide. Like that's it.
Not leave the house. Keep all lights off. Remain absolutely silent whilst hiding. Ensure the game lasts no longer than 2 hours. Keep all your doors unlocked so you can escape if required. Ensure you can easily contact friends for assistance, and that anyone you share accommodation with is out for the night. Once you want the game to end, sip half the salt water and keep it in your mouth. If you do not do this before you leave your hiding place, there is a chance you will encounter something else in your house.
What is it? What are you gonna get?
To find out if it is there, keep an eye on the television for signs of its presence. You will need to take the salt water with you in one form or another to complete the ritual, so do not spit it out. Search for the doll.
Okay.
Once you find it, pour and spit the salt water all over the vessel.
Okay.
Declare, "I win," 3 times,
Okay.
and that is the end of the game.
All right. Sounds fun.
Dry and then burn the doll afterwards.
Oh no!
And
Wait.
don't forget to dispose of the remains.
Okay, you can't burn the doll. Okay, this is kind of like super serious. You're not allowed to burn the doll. Only a monk can burn the doll. Okay, just this is like for real. I'm not joking about this. Like dolls have souls in Japan. Like most people believe dolls have souls. Okay, there are doll burning rituals held by like shrines and monks and priests and temples, usually yearly, in which you bring your stuff. You can't. If you try to throw a doll away in the trash, like people kind of be like, "Ew, what are you doing? Stop." Like I'm not joking. Like I'm not making this up. You're not supposed to do that. Like they believe all dolls have souls, and there you do burn it, but only a priest can do that. So just if you live in Japan, like if you really need to throw away a doll for some reason, like put it in a couple of plastic bags so people don't see you're doing that, or they're gonna think like you're like really disrespectful. Yeah, don't even do like I mean, I don't believe in any of this stuff. Like I don't really believe like ghosts and stuff. I mean, I believe the possibility of ghosts and stuff like that. But just don't mess with rituals like this. Why take a chance, right? Like don't do this stuff. Don't do the elevator ritual, don't do the doll ritual, don't. Okay? Just like don't screw with this stuff. Like whether you believe it or not, why tempt fate? Instructions unclear. Burn doll. Now have ghost child jumping on bed saying I'm going to hell. Well, the good thing is in Japanese hell you can like escape. Like you just have to do your time. It's not eternal.
Did you enjoy the video? Like,
Yes, I did. It was great. Well done. Well edited. You guys got some great narrators. A pronunciation aside, who cares? Who cares if people mispronounce stuff? I'm sure there's so many videos where I've said words from other countries and mispronounced it. The only thing is the couple of them get like kind of the worst offender is Teke Teke. Otherwise everything else is really good. Oh, Teke Teke is just I don't know what was going on with that one. Like that's the only one where I'm just like, wow, someone just made up their own version of that one. But everything else is amazing. Amazing. Great job, guys. Very well done. Very well put together. Incredible editing. Great narration. If you guys ever wanna collab with another one, I got some more. I got some lesser known creepypastas. For example, Fall and Die Village. Have you guys ever heard of that one? Fall and Die Village. There's a bunch of really like creepy dreams that you can have. Actually, if you want, look at my most recent video on Osoroshi Night. I think I'm on Osoroshi Night right now, aren't I? Here, this channel. Yeah, most of them don't have a good reward or outcome. You're totally right, Tats. Like, perfect point. Like, right? Like, why? Oh, I get to go to a world in which I might pass out and then be forever trapped in a house that's not mine. Oh, I might get murdered by a doll. Yeah, let me try that ritual. Can't wait. I'm like, right? What's the point? Like, here, this is my spooky channel. So I'm actually, do you guys mind? Like, I want to post a little bit of this on my Osoroshi channel. I'll totally promote the video on my Osoroshi channel. But this was great. Excellent work, guys. I love it. I love it. Do more of this kind of stuff. Your channel's always been amazing, though. Your channel's always been great. I love everything I watch on there. But if you ever do an update to this, you ever do fresh new Japanese creepy soba, let me know. I'd love to join in and I can narrate. I can write. More eyes on this, the merrier. Okay, yeah, dude, I'm totally promoting it. I'll let them know on my Unrested channel, my main one, and I'll definitely I'll post like some kind of short or something for this on my Osoroshi channel, which is all about scary stuff from Japan. But excellent. You know what you guys should check out? You and Tats, check out the Kawaii Sugi files. Here, I'll type it in here. You guys probably already know it. I'm probably telling you stuff you already know. Osoroshi soba. Yeah. Yeah, dude, let's do it. I want to totally collaborate. I'd love to, man. Let's do it. All right, sick. Great stuff. Tats, I love the new look. And this video was incredible. Let's go for it. Anytime you want to collab, anytime you want to put one of these together, let's do it. I'll be happy to either just write or narrate, or if you need me to do a check on like any of the stuff on it, like as far as like kanji or pronunciation is concerned, go for it, dude. I'm totally down. Guys, I think we went for a long time. That's the longest stream I've done in ages, man. So let's log off for tonight. I wish everybody a great one, and I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you had fun sitting with me as I sketched. And Grumpy, I'll send this over to you. I think I got a final product. You may need some alterations, some changes to it. I'm not sure if this is exactly what you had in mind, but I hope this matches the monster you did have in mind. I'll probably stream again tomorrow. I have off for MLK, and I'll see you guys then. Yeah, and come join us on the Discord. I'll be there too. Okay, I'm gonna jump onto the Discord after this. I still got